Okay. Okay, let's get this started, guys. Let us get this started. Hey, how are you guys doing? I'm just getting this set up here, so give me a second. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see if anyone wants to come in and debate this issue. Otherwise, we're gonna be talking about race and orthodoxy in America. Let's see here. And it was spurred on in part by our friend. We all love Ben Michael here, or Mitchell, I should say, Ben Mitchell. Um, is it Michael or Mitchell? It's Mitchell. Um, I'm almost done painting another model. I'm going to predict that it's a banger. I'm sure it will be. Race realism. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that issue today, guys. So I hope that you guys are all patient with me. Thank you for the gift. Ace Koala. But we're going to have an open discussion / debate for anyone who wants to join the X space and debate that. So we're going to see. Hold on, I'm going to pin this message. We all love Ben, but I think he misses sometimes a little bit the forest for the trees. So I'm going to start by addressing this, and then anybody who jumps in, we're going to go ahead and discuss this with. So the most important thing, guys, is if you're on X, to share the X space and share the stream, because that's how people jump into chat. The other thing is it's very important that if you do jump in, reminder, this is streaming on YouTube, and therefore we have to keep it semi-PG. But we're going to listen to this. We're going to start off with this, and then we'll see where it takes us.
So I want to highlight a couple things here. So this is from the Russian Synod of 2000, and it says Christian patriotism may be expressed at the same time with regard to a nation as an ethnic community and as a community of its citizens. The Orthodox Christian is called to love his fatherland. Called to love his fatherland. So this is an obligation according to this synod, which has territorial dimension, and his brothers by blood who live everywhere in the world. Now I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you guys see the point here is very clear that, look, we actually, as Orthodox Christians, we actually have an obligation. So not only is this permitted, this national loyalty, and specifically the nation defined as an ethnic community, and it says brothers by blood, ethnic community, brothers by blood. That's what it says. It says we have an obligation to that.
Okay, so this is the problem. This is the problem with this definition, because if we're going to be, it's not exhaustive. The Russian Synod is over the Japanese lands, it's over the Korean lands, it is over all of the Siberian lands, which have the Tuvan people, the Yakuts people, the Dagestani people, and many hundreds of ethnic groups. So So the problem with that immediately is that Sarkast says Luigi purposely doesn't read the other part, which rejects his whole idea of ethno-nationalism, which is the synod rejects and condemns, by the way. Well, it just doesn't follow. Again, I'm not against nationalism. I'm not even against ethno-nationalism per se, but it doesn't work in the Russian context. So clearly, the synod is not being exhaustive in that manner because are the Tuvan people Russian? Are the Yakuts? Now, they certainly would view themselves as Russian Yakuts or Russian Tuvans, right? But that doesn't necessitate a exhaustive view of race. Furthermore, he's conflating ethnicity with race. Race is a vague concept that is kind of almost not even useful at all. This has been my position for a very long time. Let's see if we have anybody jumping in. We do have some people in the X chat. If you want to discuss this topic, you can uh, request to speak. He left. Um, so the fact of the matter is that race realism doesn't work because there's never a consistent definition of race that can be applied that everybody agrees to. So, for example, Benjamin Franklin thought that in order to be white American, you had to be from like northern Germany, Scandinavia, and Denmark, and like the UK, right? Uh, that's very, very limiting, right? That's not a generic white race as oftentimes talked about. Russians aren't included in it from Ben Franklin's point of view. Greeks, Italians, etc. were not included in it, um, which is, in my opinion, a flaw in the logic, right? It's not an exhaustive definition. So anything that needs you need to have some sort of definition that's robust enough to handle intense scrutiny. I'm not saying it has to be exhaustive in the sense that it has to answer every single like nitpicky question that somebody could possibly throw at it. But if you're just going to say race in this kind of general sense, how does that even work in an American context? Um, in an American context, Benjamin Franklin's own metrics, whites are now a minority, period. Because he doesn't include Italians, he doesn't include Spaniards, he doesn't include Southern French or Eastern Europeans or Greeks. Furthermore, at certain points in American history, Hispanic people, as in like Mexicans and Latinos generally, were lumped in as white. So what does that become? The answer is that it becomes this kind of amorphous, ever-moving target. It's this amorphous, ever-moving target, both historically and in modernity. So while I agree in principle that America needs to preserve its demographic, um, you know, percentages, there's no going back. There's no going back. No, there's nothing controversial about Luigi. Ben Michael is a great guy. He's a smart guy. I actually agree with him on, I would say 90% of the issues. Naval Orange Gazer is in the chat. Dude, welcome. You're welcome to request to speak if you want to talk about this issue. We're starting with race and orthodoxy because that's the first thing that popped up with Ben Michael here. But I thought it would be useful to at least talk about this, right? So the reality is, guys, is that race in America is a ever-moving amorphous target that you're never going to be able to pinpoint with precision. So there's the first problem. The second problem is, we got a request. The second problem is that regardless of how many times we try and create this kind of holistic category. This idea of a pan-European like identity has actually done immense harm to the ability of European nations to defend their own interests. Because not all European nations have the same interests, right? They don't have the same economies, they don't have the same culture, they don't have the same language. So, how can a pan-European identity even work? So, what we're trying to do is we're trying to replicate this sort of pan-Europeanism as so-called white, and we're trying to conflate that, but they don't even get along themselves. It's very interesting state of affairs. Naval, how are you doing?
Pretty good. What's up, Nicholai?
Not much, just talking about this, talking about two of the most contentious issues in the right-wing sphere, for which I'm sure is gonna get me a lot of love, in this sphere.
Yeah, I have more to say on like the Trump thing. I mean, like we've seen what the left does.
Yeah, we're starting with the race and
Like
orthodoxy just because it's the first thing that popped up on my timeline, but, um, the harsh reality that a lot of people have to kind of deal with, in my humble opinion, is that, um, race is so, um, unuseful as a concept that it actually does immense amount of harm. Furthermore, race mostly is a development of uh, modernity. It's a Darwinian concept, a eugenicist Darwinian concept. But if we look at historically, people didn't really break themselves down by race in the same way that we view it. Um, I promise you, the Romans did not view all of the European tribes and ethnic groups as just one big happy family that are all just so alike that they're capable of the same things. In fact, read what the Russian or the Romans had to say about the Celts or the German tribes. They basically said that they were incapable. They didn't say that they were that it was difficult for them or more difficult for them. They said they were incapable of civilization, of being civilized. Um, so it's a problem of definitions there. So we can move on for now to Trump. Is he a net good or a net negative for America in particular? Oh, do you have any initial thoughts, Naval?
Yeah, I mean, overall, everybody that supported for the record, going back to like
I
2015.
can't hear you. You're very quiet.
Hold on here.
Mm, I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to increase the volume here because it's very quiet. Sarcast says, but I mean, ethnic Americans would probably be Native Americans if we're going to be define what is ethnic American. But they would say that America as a nation didn't exist until it was established, and so Native Americans are just tribal groups that um, have their own nations, which is why they have reservations. But anyways, Naval, what's up? Can you try speaking again?
Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Much better.
Yeah. So I think with the Trump thing, I think too many people have gotten obsessed with the Israel-Palestine stuff. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty neutral on it because I'd really just I think they both just need to go fight each other over there and not bring it to our country.
Yeah.
But that said, everything else, I mean, we've lived through the Biden 2020 years of insanity and just I don't think a lot of people realize the fentanyl death rate spiked around then.
Yeah,
Because they were just it was basically just civilizational anarchy.
Oh, I mean,
Like
it was
I don't
absolutely
understand
insane.
the tunnel vision of people that are like, "Oh, like we're gonna teach the Republicans a lesson." Like you haven't been in this long enough. They don't learn the lesson. They love to lose. In fact, the most
You have to
punishment you can
force
do to
them to
these
win.
people is keeping them in office that they have to do their job.
Yeah. Well, you have to make them win so hard that well, and also the only other punishment you can do is primary them. Primary the people that are do nothings and bring in people that are, more capable. Um,
Yeah, and I
but
mean, my experience with this goes back to Tea Party days, and, like, that's been happening, like, consistently. Like, you're never gonna win 100% of the time, but that's been happening pretty consistently for, like, the last 20 years. That,
yeah, I
like,
mean
the really useless
The
ones are
GOP
getting
today,
primaried unless they're so strong they can just stay in power forever.
yeah, that's like Mitch
Like,
McConnell.
half these guys or, like, Lindsey Graham, nobody runs against these guys half the time, or they don't even have to defend their primary, so they just waltz through the next time.
Yeah, and that's the fault of the voters in those districts. So it's like I don't know what you guys like. What do these people want? Like what they want is like Lindsey Graham and Trump to be able to like what is Trump going to endorse somebody who doesn't exist? Nobody's running against Lindsey Graham. So who's he going to endorse? Of course he's endorsing Lindsey Graham. And when they do have people that run against him, most of the time they're not much better than Lindsey Graham.
No, that's the problem, is it I mean, when we saw this with, like, Dan Crenshaw, like, he ran as the new guy that was, against the old guys, and he just was just mini John McCain.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, this is me. Crenshaw's horrible. So is Lindsey Graham. They're horrible. No one will get me to defend them.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I mean,
But
I'm not a Lindsey I am more of a Pat Buchanan, you know,
yeah,
but I'm not a Ron Paul guy, like, Rand Paul guy either, like, I'm not a libertarian.
Sincere Hypocrite says, I also think one of the worst things about Trump is that no one is talking about how he's left no legacy. Who will carry on the manga? I think the only person reasonably right now is JD Vance. And JD Vance has the right rhetoric, but it's still questionable if he's going to
Yeah,
have
I mean, we'll see because the primary is gonna be a bloodbath, like, the 20 what'll that be, like, the 2028
yeah, 20
right?
well
Yeah,
2027
2028.
primary and then
Yeah, well,
2028
it'll
is the
be in
election.
2027, but yeah, that primary is gonna be
Well,
it
that's gonna
might
be a
be like the
bloodbath.
one in 2015 for people that weren't there and don't remember it. I mean, that was like, what, 15, 16 people?
Oh, it was absolutely and Trump the thing is when Trump first came down those escalators, he was a joke. He got an initial, like, 8%, I think it was, support,
Yeah.
and everyone thought it was a
Yeah, I
joke. It's like,
remember the night that he bodied, like, Joe Biden or, Jeb Bush and, Rand Paul, like, at the
oh, he
same time, and I was
spiked
like,
up
"Yeah,
to,
he's
like,
the
15,
nominee now."
20% support after
Like
that.
yeah, like
He completely spiked up in his support after, that I remember I was in basic military training at the time when he came down the escalators. No, I was in tech school. I was in technical school, technical training for the military at the time. And we have Xavier requesting. Just want to make sure.
I think what's gonna be really interesting is seeing where the left goes because, like, Trump is the idol of their hatred, and once he's not a factor anymore,
They'll
I'm
just
not
go
sure
back
they
to
can
their
well, I'm not
generic.
sure they can really transfer that to, like, Vance or Rubio or somebody that easily
No.
because, like, they really can't without looking crazy to normal people because both of those guys are, like, garden variety politicians. They're not Trump.
Yeah, JD Vance is closer, but he's definitely a more polished in terms of his
Yeah.
like when you hear him speak and talk about the big ideas, it's clear he runs off of more on like kind of more principled like how does this actually like work in a like ideological sense, whereas Trump, I've always told people the reason people don't like Trump is simple. He's a boomer who goes based off pure instinct.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's
exactly.
pure instinct. So sometimes he gets his instinct is wrong because he's a boomer, but other times he's freaking phenomenal, which is why people can't help but love him sometimes, right? Well, this is why he's so good with the media, so good with other areas, right? This is the problem that a lot of people have is that they don't understand who Trump is. They seem to say, "Oh, he's an Israeli shill." Do you really think Trump cares two shits about Israel that much? No,
No.
he sees something.
Well, and that initially was always my thing of backing him is he's not Ted Cruz and he's not these guys that are like
Someone said Trump
religiously
just has
vested
autism.
in
He's a
Well,
autistic
he
boomer.
actually might.
Maybe he's a
He does
germaphobe, but
have
he's
like
classically a germaphobe. So
he does have like a lot of traits of high functioning autism. Including like his kind of social ineptitude at times.
yeah, he just says things that come to mind.
Yeah. Well, that
No,
was the joke before. It was like whoever spoke to him last, that was his views on basically anything.
well, yeah, and I think Trump. You got to remember also he does have a big ego, which is why does Trump constantly hound about loyalty? Why does he constantly hound about that? Because people that are loyal to him get his ear, right? And
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was effective at influencing the president precisely because Charlie, at the end of the day, said, "You know what, President Trump, I trust you. You have my loyalty. Through thick and thin, I'm going to back you. Even if I think you're wrong at the end of the day, my position will take the back seat and I'm going to back you." Right? That's what he did with the whole Iran strikes. Charlie Kirk was a open saying Charlie criticized them, but also said, at the end of the day, if this is something that Trump feels we have to do, then I trust Trump to make the right decision. Why? Because Charlie understood how Trump functions. Trump is a
Well,
person that relies very much on the loyalty of the people around him. Why do you think so? What is Mark Levin has wiggled his way back into good favor with Trump, even though Trump initially he was out of bad favor with Trump, because Mark Levin
and I think a lot
understands
of
stroking the
I
ego.
think I think a lot of that is like they thought they were going to get rid of Trump by doing Nikki Haley in a primary. And when that fell apart a second time, they knew they're never winning the party back. Like the party is never going back to Bush conservatism. That
No.
ship has sailed. And so they had to try to worm their way in somehow. But then the problem you have on more like the dissident right, which I would classify myself within the broad sphere, is like you get this like people think loyalty is sycophancy and it's not. Like you can be loyal and not agree 100%.
Yeah.
It's not doing this like schizo woman behavior where you're like, well, now I hate you and I hope the libs like kill you in jail and like all the craziness. Like you see it all the time.
Oh,
Like
it's
people just
constant.
lose their
It's
minds.
whiplashy.
And it's like, like, what are you doing? Like,
I'm traveling with family right now. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm traveling with family right now, and this side of my family's like overly liberal, so I nonstop have been having to hear like all this about the shooting. They're like think about like left wing communist theories. Trump. That's what I've been having to hear.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm just trying to sit back and just I don't want to start things.
Yeah, I get you. It's not and
do we have polls yet on who thinks it's staged more, like schizo rightoids or like
oh, it's the left for sure. It's the left for sure. I think a lot of the schizo right, they want it to be a stage, but here's the thing: it's incoherent because they're like, oh, Israel. They like two people in Israel researched the name Cole Allen before it happened. Even though Cole Allen is like one of the most common names out there. You know how many
that's
Coles?
like Joe Smith or something. Like what?
And so they're like,
Joe
it's two people
Smith.
in Israel, so there must have been and it's like, okay, if the Israeli government was planned in it, I promise you they're not using random Google searches to search for Cole Allen 2 hours
Well, it's
before
also
they actually planned it.
incoherent. It's so incoherent because it's like first Trump is an Israel shill and he has undying loyalty to them, but also they're trying to kill him because he's not loyal enough or something.
Well, yeah, what's the reasoning? It's just it's like, oh, they're doing it because they're showing Trump that they can still do it at any time. Dude, if Israel is this powerful of a nation that they can assassinate a world leader with like the flick of a hat, what the hell? I'm sorry, if they're capable of doing that, they don't need our help for all these foreign excursions. They could literally just like assassinate the entire Middle Eastern um, how do you say leadership structure in like one go, you know. But that's not the case. That's not what happens. That's not what we see happening, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just I call it James Bond brain, where you think everything is a spy movie. It's like that's not how the real world works. But
And because these are the same people, by the way, the dissident right, like they can never like anybody. It's like never, no one. It's like purity spiraling. There's nobody that is ever good enough to meet their arbitrary standards for what is a good leader.
Oh no,
Putin,
I mean,
Putin's an
Trump.
Israel, like Putin's secretly an Israeli shill too. Look at he praised Netanyahu one time, so therefore he's a shill for Israel as well. Okay, second, like arguably second most powerful nation on earth, Russia, is also controlled by Israel somehow. How? We don't know, but somehow he is. And then Xi Jinping, he's actually they support Israel, so blah blah blah. Yeah, it's just embarrassing at this point. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Israel. I actually don't like Israel all that much. I just don't really think it's like something that I need to be losing my mind over 24/7. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. I mean, I've been red pilled on the JQ, shall we call it, for a
Yeah,
long
yeah.
time.
And
And
by the
I
way, this
like,
isn't a slam.
it seems like the new guys, like the
Uh-huh.
newer people that are red pilled on that, have just lost their mind at a turbo rate. And then they get into like magic, what I call the magic Jew thinking, which is like they're magic and they can control your mind with laser beams and like you can do nothing and just black pill, bro.
Just black. It's and then the accelerationists make me laugh because I don't think these people understand the history of accelerationist movements. It's almost never right wing. It's almost always left wings that come out ahead in those scenarios. The revolutionary spirit is left wing. Even if you want to promote like so-called this revolutionary, like kind of like Third Reich style takeover, um, you know,
That
the
didn't,
the
yeah, that didn't
German that
historically
they
even
did that.
come
They
from
operated within the
accelerationism.
yeah, that isn't
Yeah.
actually they took over using the established political process. they
Yeah,
they weren't
yeah, like, the
revolutionaries.
people wanting to burn it all down or the Antifa, I forget what the acronym was of the Communist Party in Weimar, but, like, they literally have the
I
Antifa
think it was
flag as
literally
their
Antifa.
thing, like, yeah, like, they were the ones wanting to burn it all down. Same thing in Spain, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
a lot of this is just political illiteracy.
Well, and so again, this is not me blindly supporting everything Trump does. I'm not a fan of this
No.
Iranian excursion, but anybody who's like clutching their pearls, pretending that they're surprised that Trump betrayed them, Trump has been talking about since like the 1980s about how Iran should never get a nuclear weapon.
Well, and
Like
like I've said,
he's
not to
always been
bash Gen
against it.
Z or, like, young guys, but these guys are so isolated. They don't like if you talk to boomers like of
It might be on my end though. Hold on. No, yeah, it's reconnected. I'm sorry, that was my bad. Um, No, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like the boomer spirit, and by the way, this also is the Xer. It's not just boomers; it's Xers too. They still have this idea of like Cold War era thinking, and people don't realize how much X Gen X were like massively influenced by this kind of thinking. So, um, oh yeah, they absolutely did. Yeah. Hippie, like, yeah, it's funny is my one time my grandmother, who is, I believe a boomer, um, she's still alive, bless her heart. She's like in all other ways she's really great, but one thing she said, she's like, when I was younger, I wanted to be a flower child, but my parents said no. And then, you know, and she's like, then I got married and uh, you know, and then I settled down. That was pretty standard for a lot of boomers. That's what people don't. Someone said they can't.
early mid 50s born boomers weren't doing that because they weren't old enough to be on college campuses burning their draft cards, running around screaming.
Yeah, yeah, yep. It's i- again the American establishment have always been using these revolutionary ideas to push certain views. Now, to be critical of Trump, I am absolutely critical of a lot of things that he's done. I think he's inconsistent. I also think that he tends to be too forgiving of incompetency in his cabinet, um, in a lot of ways. I think he was way too soft on Pam Bondi. I think he gave her way too long of a rope. He should have just canned her the moment she made the catastrophic error early on. Um,
Absolutely.
but um, it's also not as simple as people tend to think. Okay, and I will speak to this in a little bit if someone brings it up, but it's not as simple as people seem to think, especially with the Epstein stuff. It's not nearly as simple as people seem to think it is. It's like, oh, just release them. It's not how that stuff works, but okay, we'll get through that in a second if someone brings it up. But my biggest criticism with Trump is that um, he is not a Caesar. Everyone wants him to be a Caesar, but he's not. Right? He's not going to
Yeah,
cross the
I
Rubicon.
think too many guys bought their own like shit posts the first time around. Is part of where this problem started. Is guys enjoy because it was fun in 2015 and 2016 to all the memes and make the left
God
go
Emperor
psycho,
Trump, yeah.
which is part of the reason we're here. Like some of that did like just mentally damage these people to now where they're just impressionable and writing Reddit manifestos.
So
But
Puffer in the chat says Nicholai being Epstein apologist. No, I'm being a Epstein nuancist, meaning like I think there's more nuance to how that stuff actually works than what people understand it to be. Xavier, Durr, or Brassy, you guys are welcome to chime in at any point. Just keep in mind that we're streaming, so can't be using too colorful of language, but
Can I hop
Oh,
in for a second
I'm
here, real
glad you
quick?
said that because I was about to say the K word, so I'm glad you said that. You go ahead, whoever else.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
sure. Sure. Thanks, Nicola. I just wanted to say, I think, Trump has done some good things like ending Roe v. Wade, but he's a little liberal. Like, I think, he 6-week abortion ban he called very bad or some terrible mistake or something, like when Ron DeSantis proposed it. And also on the transgender issue, he has done for conservatives. I'm speaking from a conservative perspective, of course. I think others agree. I think he's also on the LGBTQ again. He changed his position slightly, I think, but when he said we are not going to have genital mutilation of children, etc. So I think he's done good. He's appointed some good
Hello,
justices.
hello,
He's a
hello.
yeah,
mixed
Durr,
man.
we'll
Can
we'll
you hear
get
me?
to you in a second here, Durr.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just didn't know if my mic was working or
It's
not.
working. It's working.
Oh, I apologize.
No, no
Yeah.
problem.
And also, I think the war in Iran he has conducted quite well. So mainly the Iranian people asked, like he was mainly as an anti-war candidate, right? He opposed the Iraq war, and he stopped in the first term. He what do I say? In North Korea, he beat down the dictator quite well. He threatened him correctly, and he prevented him from threatening South Korea, etc. And the targeted strikes on ISIS were also good. And I think he was generally anti-war, but the Iran case is a very exceptional situation. Iran started the war by supporting Hamas, and then Iran.
Well,
Also,
I don't want to
yeah.
get bogged down into Middle Eastern politics. I'm generally not a supporter of the Iran conflict, mostly because I think it has too much risk of spiraling out of control. I don't really care. If someone told me, he can bomb Iran and there will be literally essentially no negative long term consequences for the region, I'd probably be like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. like I just don't care that much, right? But um, that's also because I think people are inconsistent about their what conflicts around the world they choose to care about, right? So one thing that I always point out is like people are obsessed with Palestine, people are obsessed with Iran, and saying, "Oh, like there's third party actors that are trying to influence the United States to getting involved." Well, why are none of these people like shouting from the top of the rooftops about the fact that the United States and the CIA was involved in part in the civil war that broke out in Myanmar or Burma for those of you who still call it Burma, right? Myanmar has been in a conflict longer than the Gaza conflict, longer than the Ukrainian war, or at least just as long as the Ukrainian conflict. Um, And yet nobody's losing their minds over that, right? Oh, it's only because it's relation to Israeli interests, at least allegedly, right? So that's the biggest problem, is that it's like a constant, like, we care about everything except for the things that it becomes an idol, I think, in a lot of people's minds. Dur, what's up?
Sorry about the mic earlier. I didn't see the little waves below my thing, so I
It
didn't know
doesn't
if my
do that
mic was on or
sometimes, so you
not.
just have to you have to guess.
Yeah, I
So
apologize. But I was just gonna say, I think overall it's undeniable Trump has been a net good for America. I mean, he transformed the Republican Party from neocons to something that at least espouses to be a vision of American excellence, putting America first. But I will say, like, very lately, especially pretty much all of his second term, I found it hard to support him. And I mean, I still pray for him. I still want him to do well, but I wouldn't call myself a Trump supporter anymore, just because I do think right now he's not being a net good at the current moment. But overall, in his whole trajectory, I'd say it's undeniable he's a net good.
my thought process, and I guess I would kind of sympathize with that view. I understand how some people would be disappointed, but I think that just on the whole, this, especially the first 6 months of his first term here, uh, were remarkably effective in a lot of ways. I mean, the fact of the matter is the first year in over 50 plus years that we've had net negative migration into the country, right? Net negative. And so whether it's like people like, oh, he's not doing the mass deportations. I don't think people understand logistically how difficult the Democrats and local judges and all these other factors have made it to even do that. Plus, the first year the ICE was massively understaffed and underfunded. So I think this year we'll see a significant improvement in those numbers, but it's kind of irrelevant. Um, the biggest problem is you need to stem the bleeding before you do triage on anything else. You have to. And so for me, I was like, listen, at the end of the day, Trump can make mistakes in all kinds of areas, but there's a lot of things that he's doing right. RFK is doing massive W after massive W after massive W over and over and over again. Like he just announced no more mercury in any vaccines, right? That's a huge W, regardless of whether you are pro-vaccine or not, right? Um, that's a huge W. That's going to be that's a massive win for health in America. The fact that he's getting a lot of companies to remove the poison that is the synthetic dyes from our food and all kinds of other factors, right? Those are all huge wins, and you wouldn't get that with
I
a
hear what you're
Democrat.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me,
Y-
it's like, listen, am I happy with everything he does? No. But my question is like, is my life objectively better off under Trump, or would it be objectively worse off under the alternative, which is Kamala Harris? And the
I
answer
see
is
what you
is like it's clearly objectively better off being under the do nothing GOP that are freaking pathetic. Even though I'm not happy with anything that they do, I think that they're totally inept and they never get anything accomplished. I'd rather deal with people that are inept and can't accomplish very much than deal with what we had to deal with under Biden. I mean, I think people just literally forgot how bad it got under Biden. I really do. I think a lot of people have just completely like it's that was an entire like, and maybe it's partially because of COVID, everyone was locked down and people just got used to it. Um, but people forget how bad it was under Biden. You know,
I hear what you're saying, and I do agree with you. I mean, I trust me, I think Trump is way better than Kamala. I voted for Trump in 24, um, strictly just because of how bad Kamala was. I mean, she was probably one of the worst candidates in the past 50, almost probably 100 years. But
probably.
the reason I don't support Trump is not that he's doing a bad job, like, he's doing a good job on all the areas you just mentioned, but it's sort of like he's doing enough where we can never get beyond that point. He's sort of blocking us from being able to move on and do something more radical. Trump's still in favor of H-1B visas and importing people. Trump's still in favor of giving illegal immigrants who are working in America legal status. Like, there's a lot of things, like, he's done a lot of good, but he's preventing the good that would make a massive shift. And I think us as
Well, yeah, and I
as
think
young people,
we talked about that earlier, me and Naval, is that I think a lot of people, we bought into the memes that Trump is like going to be a Caesar-like figure, and he was never going to be that. He was always a moderate. I mean, he was a
yeah, you're
moderate
100%
that was
right. You're
forced.
100% right.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. That's the thing that, well, like, yes, I'm disappointed. I want to see, like, listen, I would love a political revolution of the likes of like Caesar, or, you know, or some other major figures of change, Justinian the Great, etc., etc. Right? I would love that. Napoleon, right? Like, you name it. Like, there's someone who's like, I'm going to take back and like bring back chaos from that thing. But the thing is Trump was never going to be that. He I think the biggest problem with Trump, this is just my, like, again, I don't know him, I don't read his mind, but my assessment of him is he still thinks that a good deal can be made, right? That
Yeah, he's the art of the deal guy.
yeah. And I think at some point I think you have to wake up and realize that no deal is going to fix this. This is why I'm a huge fan of Nayib Bukele, right? Because what did Nayib Bukele do? You got to take care of the judges first. You got to just destroy the judicial control of America is destroying this country, right?
Yeah.
And Trump just doesn't, like, at some point he just has to say, I'm ignoring. It's like he has to go Andrew Jackson style. I'm ignoring literally everything you say. If they rule against birthright citizenship, he should just say, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Anybody who's pregnant coming into America, I don't care if you're 1 month or 2 months pregnant, you're getting kicked out, right? And I'm not, and then I would even say, okay, we're going to reorient the agencies so that you don't get a birth certificate or social security number at the hospital anymore. This administration will be deploying those things, right? And then what I would do from there is say, um, just make it such a bureaucratic nightmare that no foreigner is going to get it in a reasonable amount of time before they're deported, right? It's like, yeah, you won't get it for like 8 months. Well, my baby was born. Oh, well, I'm sorry, you don't have a social security number. You guys go back to their host country, right? Like, you just make it into a bureaucratic nightmare to ever get it done. That's how I would approach it. I just don't think Trump has the wherewithal to do that. I don't think that that's his. I don't think that he is going to stand up and do the Andrew Jacksonian, you know, position, and that's unfortunate. But I also think that we need to move on from Trump. I think whatever Trump
I completely
started,
agree with that.
whatever Trump started is great. I think there's a lot of good that came from it, but we do need to move on from him. There needs to be a
full agreement,
ideological, like, reflection on where we want to go moving forward, right? And
I'm 100% with you right there. That's the reason I'm criticizing Trump, is not necessarily to tear him down or hope he does bad, but in the hopes that we can take what, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but to take what Trump, was, and the part of his message that was really inspiring, and the part that made him win the popular vote, the part that helped him really transform the Republican Party and take that to its conclusion.
Yeah. And so I'll get to you guys here in a second. I got to read this super chat. So Ultravoid $10 says, is it really natural interest, or is it the mainstream content propaganda? When you have 24-hour news channels, I think the war content gets to a point where they need to push it for ad revenue. I think that there is some truth to that, like, a lot of this media stuff is designed specifically to generate income and generate clicks. I do think that, especially on X, there's a lot of accounts here that get a lot of money, and I know they do because I've seen some of their, back end stuff. I know some people that are privy to it, and the amount of money some of these, like, content aggregators have made over the years is freaking insane. Like, absolutely batshit insane. Which is why you see X, like especially like their content guy. I can't remember his name now, but he basically is coming out saying
Nikita.
we're basically promoting
Nikita
like
Bear.
yeah, we're basically promoting like original content from now on. We're not doing any more of this AI slop like reposting bull crap, which is like it needs to stop because it's just so annoying. It's like you when you're all reposting the same 5 things over and over. It's like 7 accounts all posting the same news story. It's like, okay, I only need to follow 1 news account for that story. I don't need 20, right? Like
Or just the AI slop where they're just making stuff up. Like we saw that the Iran war was really the first time where you saw crazy amounts of that.
well, Ukraine, you saw some of that. But it wasn't
Yeah,
nearly as
there's a
bad.
lot in Ukraine.
You saw
Yeah,
some
the
of that
drone
in
attacks.
Ukraine. Go ahead, Brassy, what's up?
No, I was just saying, yeah, a lot of those a lot of it's kind of hard to like decipher which ones exactly, but the drone attacks, a lot of them were AI, just pure made up shit.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I think that's the biggest problem is that people like so man, how do I get it? I guess we'll bring up the biggest thing that caused the most amount of disillusionment with Trump. Let's just be real. It was the way that Epstein stuff was handled, right? Would you guys agree with that? Brassy, Durr, Naval?
I mean, for me,
Uh,
it's like a dead. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead. I'll be real quick. It's like a dead even tie with the Epstein stuff and his slavery. See, it's really hard to not say the K word, man.
No, I
His
understand.
slavery and his slavery to Israel. It's dead even to me. So
Okay. Durr, would you agree that Epstein
uh,
at least was the big thing that caused a lot of disillusionment?
with a lot of my friends in real life, yeah. For me personally, I'd say it's more him not being willing to go all the way, and and him attacking people farther right than him, like Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Well, let's be
or
real. Margie Taylor Greene is not further right than Trump.
I disagree.
She is a joke. I mean, trust me. I know people that actually have worked for her
I'm
campaign.
not a
She is
fan
the
of her either, but
opportunist. She got rich in Congress. She's an insider trader. Um, she voted the same way all of her colleagues did until she got on the bad side of Trump, and then she magically is this maverick of like of the far right, and she's like it's just a joke. Like here's what I'll say about Marjorie, and this is what I'll say about Massey too. They're both opportunists. And the reason I know this is because both of them have objectively, and they should know better than this because I think Margie was in the military, and but Massey has been in Congress long enough to know this. They both have misled the public about the nature of how declassified information works and how like redactions work and things like that. They've just totally lied to everybody. Now, again, I don't want to say that Trump botched the Epstein stuff. I think he did. I think that he should have just let. I think he should have let Bondi go, and I think he should have been more forthright about it. But I also understand his perspective because I don't think people realize how difficult it is to do redactions on um, literal millions of documents. um, and it's not something like you can just have an intern do it, right? Like you have to have someone with the proper clearances, with the proper um uh how do you say, with the proper know-how to be able to declassify things properly. So this is what happens is that you need in the military context, if I have a document, let's say it's a 20-page document, and I have to redact, let's say, anything that could potentially compromise an ongoing investigation, could harm somebody who is not involved in the situation, or a victim who doesn't want their name revealed. Let's just do those 3 things, right? And I take that information and I redact it. That's going to take me for 20 pages, probably 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days for me to do a proper job as a when I was in the military. That's how long it would take. 2 or 3 days, maybe a full day if I just like that's all I did all day, which is not usual. Normally you have a ton of other things you have to do as well. Like you have 30 things on your plate. So let's say you have those 3 things. And that's not including all the other things you might have to redact as well. There's tons of things you have to redact. Okay. What ends up happening is you have to do all those redactions, and then you send it off to what you call a redaction authority, or the person that is going to basically double check your work, right? These people have the highest authority to like determine if your redactions were accurate and correct. There's only one person like that on each like military installation, maybe 2 or 3, or a small office of them, right? So you're talking like hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people like sending documents their way all the time for them to review. Now, suddenly you're going to be Massey, a retard, and you're going to go and say, okay, Trump administration, you have to redact, assess, and release every single Epstein document in, I think it was like 30 days, or you're going to be breaking my new law. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Because not only that, do they have to review each redaction. If there's any mistakes in the redaction process, it has to go back through from the beginning. That means the person has to re-evaluate every single redaction and then make those corrections and then resend it back, which means it goes back at the bottom of the pile because that guy is probably getting a million things that he has to assess. So you're asking for basically every attorney in America or in the DOD or the DOJ or whatever else to basically put every other case that they have going on hold. They have to put everything else on hold to only do redactions for 1 million plus documents. That's freaking insane. That's absolutely mind-bogglingly insane. And Massey knows better, which is why it was a giant ass grift. This is why I didn't buy it for a second. Right? So this is why I think that people miscalculated how difficult of a process the redaction process truly is. It is tedious as all hell. That's not even getting into the fact that there's bureaucracy, bad actors, and straight up just fake shit, right? Like there's those things that are just like straight up not real. All put it together in that, right? So that's the biggest problem. Do you have something to...
You mean
I
the
was just gonna
Facebook
say, like,
posts?
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Naval. What's up?
You mean the Facebook posts where they're like Epstein was turning kids into candy or whatever, like the just the fan fiction that's out there of
Yeah, because
insanity.
the FBI has to address and investigate all those things, and that gets included in those files. And so, even if they're batshit insane, like there's no evidence to support some of these claims, they have to be included in that, and they have to be assessed whether or not they get redacted or not. Right? It's just a mind-boggling amount of information. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, I don't think a lot of people would have a problem if Trump came out and said, these things we're gonna have to work on them for a few years. But I think you would agree with me when I said it was Pam Bondi who came out and said, "Oh, they're on my desk. I'm just looking them over," and then
Yeah, she's an
months
idiot.
later,
That's exactly
yeah,
her
I think,
entire...
and I think we both agree on that. But it does tarnish the Trump, and he has put out a good amount of the Epstein files, but that's not really my main
Yeah, no, I'm
thing
just
against
addressing
Trump.
that because that's a huge thing that brings people they all are like he's in on it. Dude, Trump is the one that got Epstein arrested to begin with. Trump is the one that went out of his way to get I don't understand this logic. So Trump goes out of his way to arrest him. He's the one that kicks him out of Mar-a-Lago. He's been ringing alarm bells about Epstein for decades at this point. Okay, great. I understand what your guys' concerns are, but at some point, what the hell are you guys doing, right? If there was actually something compromising on Trump himself, there would be a problem. Now, people are like, well, he's just trying to cover up for Israel. Okay, that's fine. Could be true. I still haven't seen strong enough evidence to suggest that he was covering up specifically for Israel.
Well, see, I think that's what the
Go ahead.
again, if you don't mind, Nicholai, yeah. So I think that's why the fact that the the redactions or unredacted, like however long it would take, it's like completely irrelevant. Like, well, and I don't mean that. I don't mean that as in like it like they need to like speed it up or whatever. No, no, no. What I'm saying is we just want it. We just want those redactions gone. However long it takes, I don't care. I don't care if Trump is in office at that point or not. If this process would have started in 2017 and like perhaps we would have gotten. I don't obviously I have no idea how much we would have actually gotten up to this point. Maybe every single last file would have been uncovered now and we know everything. Maybe maybe that isn't the case. It's irrelevant though. Like we just want them so we can know if like all right. So to address like the whole Trump being like some I think can I
Pedo.
say pedo?
You can say
Yeah,
pedo.
yeah, like yeah. So maybe Trump. I don't believe that. No, but I absolutely do think there are a certain number of bureaucrats within our government and within other foreign agencies that he would be attempting to cover up, and I don't know how many of them will be Israeli. I don't think that it would just be because they're Israeli. There could be a lot of English, English bureaucrats, maybe some in France, whoever. Like I don't know or care exactly where they are. I don't want anybody being. I don't want anybody involved in this. Having a way out. I want every single last bit of information within those files to be uncovered, however long it takes. So I don't care how long the process is. We just need to know. And him saying the whole anybody asking, but no, but the fact of the matter is when he came out and said, uh, no, it shouldn't be a priority in anybody that's like demanding this information. Or I don't remember if it was that or if it was something specific to Tucker where he said like you're low IQ if you're still looking for. I'm pretty sure it was about the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, he said
That's
he
the
said he
problem.
doesn't want people's votes if you're still pushing on the
Yeah,
Epstein stuff.
yeah. I knew it was something bad. All right, so it was the Tucker specific thing. That's where
Well,
he
it's
was calling people low
here's the
IQ.
thing. Trump is only going to understand things via the context of how it affects himself. This is why, again, Trump is he's a ultimately this is where I say he's a boomer. He doesn't have like he's not a social media guy. He posts on social media, but have you seen how he posts? He just speaks
Well,
to
no,
somebody
he
and they
speaks
post on his
exactly. Yeah,
behalf. He
yeah.
doesn't
They some damn
he's
lady
not
does
doom
it.
scrolling X and seeing what the vibes on X are, right? So that's the biggest problem with Trump is that he's not seeing the pulse of what people actually want to see. That being said, I can understand why he would say that because a lot of that information that did come out was absolutely just a bunch of bullshit. It was just a bunch of fake accusations against him where people were calling into the FBI making tips suggesting that Trump was getting golden showers and things like from Russian prostitutes and like so Trump has been dealing with this. So from my perspective, it's like the guy is like his instinct is just to go, this if it's bullshit about me, how can we trust about any of this other stuff? So Trump says, okay, I'm not a pedo. This thing is claiming there's things in here that are making the claim that I am. People are running with it, especially the media. So how can I trust any of it in there? So at some point you have to ask. So this is more about a prosecution standard, right, Brassy? Is that from a from a prosecution perspective, you have to have there's certain standards of like evidence that you have to meet in order to actually prove that these things are actually what are the case that they are really the case. And I think that's the biggest problem is that a lot of people just don't think that like this meets the standards of evidence. It's like you're not going to win in a court of law on this, right? And I think that's the biggest problem is that we just simply put we're not going to win in the court of law. um, Even if you have somebody sending an email that's super creepy, like remember some of those emails that came through that were really creepy between Epstein and like some of those other like
That one from the like UCLA professor. If you
yeah,
look
where
up,
they're
is like
talking about like
ridiculous.
pizzas and like their specific topping, and I only want one piece with this. It's like like clearly coded language. But the thing is clearly coded language only gets you so far in a court of law, right? Somebody's like, no, it was genuine. I was absolutely genuine. That's just a pizza. Do we have any pictured evidence of them doing involved in the act? That's an entirely different question, right? And I think I think that's the biggest problem that we had is that so much of those files, and then now with like just also just think of it this way: in the AI era nowadays, it's even worse. It's even worse for people to actually like to be able to fake things. I mean, they've been able to fake people saying and saying things for since the 90s. Like you don't think that they can't do it now, and so now you have a whole other layer that we're dealing with as well. So I think that's the biggest problem with any of the Epstein stuff. Is I always said this from the very beginning: you're never going to see a single prosecution of any of the people in the Epstein files. Never going to happen. Even if you had your the 100% based president that you absolutely wanted to, with a based attorney general who's going to go after it, because they have to assess the information and say, is this prosecutable? Is this, or is this just going to make us look bad? And you got to also factor in, if you falsely accuse somebody, even if it's true, but you can't prove it, those people are going to sue you to all hell. That means billions of dollars of lawsuits. Like crazy. Like Bill Gates, for example. You sue Bill Gates and try and get him thrown into jail, and then you're not able to prove it into a court of law. He's going to come out of that lawsuit and say, damages. I need damages. Billions and billions and billions of dollars are going to be coming out of the government's pockets and ultimately out of our pockets to pay Bill Gates. Because, you know what I mean? Like things like that. Those are all things that you have to factor in, and I think that's something that a lot of people just kind of ignored. That being said, I do agree generally with you guys that I want to see the information, but I mostly want to see it so that I can actually determine like how much of it is bullshit and how much of it is actually real. So that's my big thing.
Yeah, and that's why I've had such a problem. Oh no, go ahead, Nabel. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to add with like you were talking about the judiciary earlier and the rot, and a lot of the problem we see with like all these insane crimes, where like this person got paroled 15 times, is because the law has been stretched so much, and they don't want to have a failed prosecution and get sued on a civil suit. They just don't go after any of this, and that's why you see like that. That mall shooting in Louisiana where these like youths were shooting at each other and they shot some random high school girl in the crossfire. And like one of these dudes has been in and out forever. And it's like, well, why wasn't he away for a long time? And it's because the judiciary has been so corrupted for the last 60 years and the legal system has just been destroyed basically.
Yeah,
they don't even want to touch it because they'll lose on appeal.
There's a ton of Marxist judges out there too that'll just race communists who will just judge people by their races, and like you said, depending on what ethnicity they are, they'll let them out over and over and over again on the guise of social justice. And I think Nicholai was saying this earlier, but the judicial system is a major problem it's almost like an impossible task to
You need
try
complete
to
reform.
overcome.
You need to oust every single one of them, including the Supreme Court, by the way. In fact, if it meant that we had to lose Clarence Thomas, or some of the other good ones that we have, and we just have to do a complete reset across the board on every single level, federal, family court, the whole works, like the whole thing needs to be completely gutted. But I just don't think there's no one that has the ability to do that. And you just know that there'd be mass riots if that happened. The reason it can work in a country like El Salvador is fundamentally small, right? So there's only like a certain percentage of judges you had to replace in order to get your way. And here's another thing. So Bracy, do you guys like Nayib Bukele?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like his taste in women, but other than that, he seems like a damn good leader. You know what I mean?
Well, you think his policies are good? You think he's been an effective leader?
From what I've seen,
yeah, from what I've seen, he's effective. I haven't been following him too much.
Yeah, I mean, he's transformed. He's transformed El Salvador. Like we can all agree, basically, El Salvador going from one of the most murder capitals in the world to one of the lowest lowest murder rates in the world. He's completely transforming the infrastructure down there. Education is booming. The economy is booming. Blah, blah, across the board, right?
Yeah.
One thing that I always ask
he's done
people.
A lot of good stuff.
Yeah. One thing I always ask people is, would you take him as the president of the United States? Let's just say you make him an American. You would take him as the president of the United States, would you?
Uh,
I
I don't know,
if it
man.
was him, if it was him or Trump, I would choose him. But if it was like choose anybody, like any historical leader, I don't think
Well, I'm
he'd
talking more
be like
modern
on the
leaders.
list.
So I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
Uh,
I would like
I
I would
think
need
I
to see like a full campaign, I guess, or
I
if
think
not a
he'd be
campaign,
better
I
than
would need to
Trump.
Well,
maybe. But see, that's what I'm saying. I would need to know what his
let's say all
I
of the
need to see his
policies
full platform.
let's say all the policies and benefits he's brought to El Salvador would apply to America, meaning crime would be resolved. You'd see drug deaths go down immensely. You would see improvements in the economy, et cetera, et cetera. So now let's assume that. Now, he is a pro-Zionist guy. He's pro-Israel. But you'd get the
Exactly. See, that's why I said
you'd
taste
get
and
the
women thing.
Puritans that would say, well, now I can't support him ever. Even though he would bring immense benefits to my nation, I can't do it, right? And I think that's the biggest problem I have with some of the people that are like kind of like puritanical in their like if there's any relation at all ever to Israel by any politician ever, we just can't support him. It's like the same people that like um they do the same thing with like Putin. Putin praised Netanyahu once, therefore, Putin is bought and sold by Israeli interests, right? It's like it's just
Well,
funny to me that that's always the case, right?
well,
But
those people
he's
just don't understand. Sorry, I was just gonna say, well, those people just don't understand the nature of geopolitics, where you do have to you have to have a good relationship, or at least a cordial relationship with all the major power or regional powers of the world, especially the leader of America or Russia has to, where your global hegemonies, you have to at least have a cordial relationship with entities in each region of the world. So
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of Israel and what they're doing, but and I do think Trump is way too connected. But in my personal opinion, I don't think it's a like disqualifier if someone says a positive thing about Israel. It's really what's their priority. Is their priority their own country, or is it Israel? And it's clear in El Salvador's case that he wants to take care of El Salvador first.
Yeah. No,
well,
that
yeah,
makes sense.
yeah. So yeah, about like the whole puritanical thing. Like how should I put this? I would say, well, obviously, I'm definitely not a fan of Israel. We're all pretty. Every single last one of us should be anti-Zionist. I mean, it's a heretical position, but
I would
I'm
agree.
not.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not to the point where if all right, let me put it like this: if I had to pick and choose between two people, and they were almost always both of them would be outwardly Zionist. Yeah, I'm not gonna be a dumbass and say, well, I'm just not gonna vote for either one of them. And if one of them is like pushing for like one of them is super pro-abortion and the other one is anti-abortion, and we just go down the list. One of them is like a hard leftist, and the other one is I don't know, like maybe even a damn neocon. Like obviously, it would pretty much put us exactly where we are now, where we were 2 years ago when it's Trump versus Kamala. Like obviously, I'm gonna vote for Trump. He's gonna hold a lot of positions that I disagree with, but I'm not gonna not vote for him.
Yeah.
And put the country at risk of losing to this absolute whack job woman.
Well, that's kind of my
Yeah,
position with my position with the upcoming midterms. Like, listen, I'm my vote is out of Florida because that's where my home address is when I'm in the States. And at the end of the day, like people are like, "Oh, are you gonna vote for Brian Donalds for governor?" Yes. Is that even a question? They're like, "Yeah, but he's this, or this," and it's like
But are
under
you gonna
no
vote for
circumstance.
Randy Fine?
Uh, Listen, if it's Randy Fine versus I don't know some
The
insane
guy that's
Democrat,
literally a dual citizen?
well, I'm just saying like if
'Cause who's
it's
that guy that's running against
d-
him in the primary? He's literally a dual citizen of, like, Armenia or something.
talking about
It's
Fishback,
kind of
James
actually
Fishback, right?
no, it's not Fishback, it's that,
It's
Fishback is
Bilzerian,
governor.
Dan Bilzerian.
but yeah, that guy. It's like good
Well,
here.
here's the thing about Randy Fine. He actually put in a law. He actually backed a law that would ban dual citizens from being running for Congress. So
Yeah, he actually did. Yeah, people don't realize that.
but again, I'm
I
not a
mean, he's
fan of
gonna be an Israel. Yeah, he's gonna be an Israel guy. That's just
he's an
like
Israel shill, and we all I acknowledge that, but at the end of the day, I have to take what I can get, right? And
yeah.
in that district, that's all I can get. Now, I wouldn't vote for him if you gave me a choice between somebody who was or was not a Zionist. I would choose the anti-Zionist every time over him. But at the end of the day, it's like I don't want the Dems winning because I think people really forget this. They will force you to transition your child.
Yeah.
They will force you to
See,
transition your child. They
Or
will
or
take
worse,
them
they
from your homes. They
yeah.
will um they will promote LGBTQ around the world, which is mostly, not entirely, but mostly stopped under Trump. All of the funding for all of those ridiculous programs all over the world have mostly stopped, right? Like the Democrats winning is a disaster across the board. Like
here,
under no
can I give you some
circumstances should
pushback
they
on that?
win. Go ahead. What's up?
I disagree with you on that, and I think this is, I think we agree on most other things, but I think this is the one point where we disagree, and I think there's a third option of just choosing not to vote and saying, like drawing a line in the sand and saying, if neither one is really gonna be for my values, I'm not gonna vote for either. And I do think in a presidential election, you know, and that's why I supported Trump in 2024. And believe me, in 2024, I wasn't very pro Trump either. But I knew if Kamala got in there, it would be bad. But I do think for midterms, it's a unique situation where, even if the Democrats get both the House and the Senate, Trump is still in the presidential seat. And it's an opportunity to where we can send a message to the Republican Party that, if the Democrats win by a landslide, clearly the Republican messaging and the Republican policies aren't very popular, and
Well,
they might
this is
have to
where
switch bases.
I think you're you're having some flawed reasoning, and Naval talked about this earlier. Naval can jump in on this after I'm done real quick, but um the GOP wants to lose, dude. They
What do you
love
mean by
being the
that?
opposition party. All of the neocons love being an opposition party. They love making deals with the Democrats on the back end so they can get their little paychecks in the background. The worst thing you could possibly do to the GOP is force them to win bigger and bigger, and force the messaging to be bigger and bigger on certain issues to where they actually have to do things. Like, why do you think they're so resistant to passing the Save America Act? Because they know if they pass that and they end up winning a supermajority in both the House and the Senate, that they would essentially be dooming themselves to actually having to do shit. Um, the best moment to teach them a lesson would have been to primary them by actually running like decent candidates. Like, for example, the dissident right was all hyping up Fishback. Fishback just is going to lose lose that primary by a massive margin because he's a retard, because he doesn't know how to do basic politicking, and he doesn't have a pulse. He has a pulse to X. He doesn't have a pulse to the average person on the ground. The average person on the ground is not going to be like schizo anti certain positions, right? Like, they're not like the average normie doesn't care all that much about a lot of the issues that he constantly harps on. Like, he's like, I'm going to ban pornography. I know this is hard for him to imagine, but for the average normie, that's just not a popular position right now because we're not a Christian nation, right? We're not a people that have been that still have Christianity at the center of our average lives. Like, you're not going to get that to be a popular position. You're going to lose, right?
Well, and even then, how many Protestant normie evangelical pastors like shill pornography because they're like, oh, it's better than cheating. Like, there's so much of that out there.
Yes,
Like, it's
exactly.
not even funny. So it's like, even if you had a mostly Christian nation, what kind of Christianity is it? It's not Orthodoxy. It's not even Catholicism. It's nothing. It's, whatever this amorphous evangelical soup is.
Yeah. And it's whatever the trends are at the time. And that's not even getting into the fact that there's a ton of liberal Christians out there, right? And so ultimately what I'm trying to like really hammer home to people here, and the people in my chat here on the stream as well, is that you're never going to have your paradise, right? You're never going to achieve this kind of like, the perfect candidate. It's going to be this based Christian king that's going to Napoleonic cross the Tiber River with a bunch of khaki short wearing, polo wearing, young white Christian men. Guys, even at the current rates, unless the demographics completely shift, where white people somehow start having a ton of babies again, we're going to be at best a plurality in this country within the next 30 to 40 years, probably within the next 20 years.
Yeah, I just fundamentally disagree with all of that. I mean, and I think your mindset is really what's hindering the right wing. And the reason I say that is you look at history and you could even just look at the past 10 years. I mean, if you told someone in 2014 or 2015 before Trump ran that the Republicans would be running, someone who was saying the stuff Trump was saying, people would be calling you crazy. But I don't think it's really that crazy for a radical figure to come out. I mean, all the time throughout history, radical leaders come out, and even with, as I was saying with the El Salvador guy, we don't need someone who's perfect. We don't even need someone who's like a major step up. I'm just saying, Trump was a net good. I do like Trump overall. I think he's funny, and he was really good for the Republican movement. But at some point, we do have to take a step beyond, and I think we
Well,
do have to
I think
figure
we
out
agree
ways
with
to
that.
make that
I think I
happen.
agree fundamentally with that. But the question is how do you make them learn a lesson? You don't make them learn a lesson by handing the keys of power over to the people that want you dead and your children transitioned into.
We're just not handing the keys of power to them. That's why I'm saying the midterms, because the midterms is really
Yeah,
just locking down the
but
Trump
brother,
presidency.
if they take over and they start passing laws that make it impossible for the GOP to ever win again, and
How are
then
they going to pass a
it
law
could
when
be
Trump can
possible. It
veto
could
it?
be possible, but that because you hand over the midterms and then the GOP is no longer able to pass any laws or get anything done because they have a Congress that's like completely.
Trump's passed like five bills. He's done nothing.
That's not. But Trump. That's not Trump's ability. Trump. It's out of Trump's ability.
He has both the House and Senate are Republican.
The Republicans
He's not
refuse
doing
to get rid of
anything.
the filibuster. So because there's a couple Republicans that are dedicated to losing, which is like Murkowski and Collins and McConnell and Thune and some of those others.
Well,
Cornyn.
Rand Paul too.
Well, and Rand Paul, actually. Rand Paul is against the getting rid of the filibuster. The
I'm a
so-called
Rand Paul
purist.
hater, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. So the point is
Based.
Thank you. The point is that the GOP loves not doing anything. They love losing. This is why they refuse to pass the America Save Act. Trump wants that passed. Trump wants all these things passed into law. Where's the GOP doing it? The only thing, the House is actually more, which is funny, the House is more functional than the Senate. The House is actually passing shit and the Senate just refuses to do anything. So again, I think
I think we fundamentally agree. I think we just have a different solution on what to get there.
Well, my
What do
question
you
is
what do you
how does
think
your
the
solution
solution?
actually get us to that end goal other than handing a lot of power to the left and potentially risking the presidency at the same time? Because I think if the Trump administration is gone and is their hands are tied and they're never able to pass anything more and they're not able to accomplish anything more for the economy. And by the way, if the Democrats win the Senate and the House, guess what happens? Every single judicial pick that goes forward under Trump's administration going forward is going to be hand selected by the Democrats. So you're at best going to get a moderate John Roberts style guy right? Rather than like a Clarence Thomas or a Gorsuch or a or
And the
some of the other
real
guys.
problem is Alito and Thomas are the next to go.
Yeah, they're the
And
next
that's the
oldest.
most
Yeah.
conservative Supreme Court justices.
No,
Like
no.
this is
that,
the problem with the narrow view of like teach the Republicans a lesson. It's going to end up with, I mean, the Supreme Court already has a problem now because they have to somehow figure out a way to get rid of Brown Jackson or Jackson Brown, whatever her name is, because like she's losing the one vote in these decisions because she doesn't even know the law. And she was literally just put there as a DEI pick.
Well, and
And they can't get rid
Barrett's a
of her
problem
unless
too
they
because
impeach her or
Barrett
something.
seems to have like a hard on for hating Trump. Like she is the deciding factor in this birthright citizenship thing, which is like a no-brainer. By the way, this is like a
That's what I
no-brainer.
was gonna say earlier. That's what I was gonna bring up earlier because you one of you, I'm pretty sure it was you, Nicholai, that brought up the birthright citizenship thing. And I was
Yeah.
gonna say if we do wind up losing it, this isn't me just trying to, like find a way to blame Trump. But ultimately she was his pick. And
Well,
why the
to be
fuck
fair,
would you appoint a woman?
he was given a list of conservative candidates from the Heritage Foundation, which I think he was mistaken for trusting. But it's like, does anyone really think Trump had like a super like keen understanding of like judicial politics? I don't think anybody predicted that Barrett would be as. In fact, a lot of people didn't think she was all that bad of a pick initially. It was only after the
Yeah, that's
fact that
fair.
she's become like a lot of people said, oh, she like if you look at her decisions on the bench when she was a what was it, a district court judge or whatever it is, she had decent decisions, and I have no idea where she's also made some good decisions on the Supreme Court, but she's just like super
I would say
inconsistent.
she's definitely better than Roberts. I mean, Roberts is like what
Oh,
he did
Roberts is
with
the worst. Actually, I would say
wasn't
yeah.
Roberts the traitor vote on whatever
He's
the
been the
case
traitor
is
vote
for
on
gay
every
marriage?
single one of them. Yes, he's been the
Yeah,
traitor
for
vote
a
for
very
all
long
of them.
Roberts
time.
is so much worse than she is. Like it's not even. I mean, the big irony is Clarence Thomas was put on there by H.W. Bush, like who I am definitely not a fan of, but he's
Yeah.
been the best Supreme Court justice in
At
my
the end,
lifetime.
at the end,
Yeah, by far for our lifetime.
yeah, and at the end of the day, like honestly, I say this like with as much love as I can muster. Like some of these people, like you're, I'm I'm hoping that the overweightness of some of the female justices on the liberal side catch up to them sooner than the age does for Thomas and um, uh, Alito. Uh,
No, not like and I've actually been thinking about this for a few years now. Like when when Clarence is gone, it's gonna and especially if let's say if it were to happen, let's say like if he just decides to like hang it up, within the next few months, that is by far the best case because then Trump can pick somebody to immediately to replace him. If he's gone within like the next 4 years and the Democrats they do get all three branches, like it's over. Like I know just a minute ago you said the best case scenario would be us getting somebody like well I think you said Justice Roberts. No. It's literally just gonna be more Ketanji Brown Jackson, like
Oh, it
over
would
and
be
over and
across
over
the
again.
board Ketanji
Yeah,
Brown Jackson, or they
it's
would
just gonna
just they would increase the court size.
which like and I get like that's like how a minute ago you were saying like neocons like actually like to lose, and at this point I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm like the whole packing the courts thing that's like right wing fear mongering, and don't hold on, and mind you I love right wing fear mongering because I want people to see Democrats or leftists in general as evil as possible, so I don't even mind it, but it's gotten to the point where I really question, like, would that actually happen? No, I wouldn't put it past them, but I'm just saying, like,
Well, maybe,
I
maybe
don't
not.
actually think that would
I
happen at
don't
I
this
think.
think
point.
historically, the fact that FDR wasn't able to do it, I don't think it's going to happen. What
Yeah,
I think you might end up with is the worst case scenario where Roberts and Alito go during a Democrat position and you get another Brown Jackson.
And again, if
And one by one, I don't think they can actually increase the size of the court. They say this stuff to get their base out. It's not going to happen.
I think I generally agree with that kind of perspective. Who is this?
like I said, I wouldn't put it past them, like by no means. But as they've said it for so damn long, and there's been absolutely no movement
Well, there's no movement
whatsoever.
because the Democrats have never held any of the. They haven't held all three branches since Obama, and even
Yeah,
Obama.
yeah, that's true.
And you know what's actually funny? This is something that I find hilarious: is that if you listen to candidate Obama, he's actually pretty remarkably close to Trump. To a lot,
Yeah,
and
he
not
Yeah,
on
was
all of
like
it.
the big snake in the grass.
Dude, he was like, I went back and listened to his policy platforms and his policy speeches when he was on the campaign trail. And dude, he was like, there was a ton of things that he agreed fundamentally with Trump on, from everything from tariffs uh, to regulatory policies to um, even social issues. It's just absolutely incredible how quickly the Democrat Party went from, you know, Bill Clinton style to just absolutely batshit insane. Like in my
Well, and
lifetime.
I can give a local somewhat anecdote. Fetterman is, one of my senators, and he has a problem getting staffers now because he's so middle of the road. These like all the young generation of leftists
Oh,
are
they're
like Hassan Piker
insane.
fans.
They're
Like he
insane.
can't keep staffers because they're like, oh, if I work for him, it's a black mark and I can never advance in the party. Like that's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, people don't realize this is that the Dems win. They again, this is already happening in California, in deep blue states like Minnesota, like Washington State, and things like that. They steal your
Look at
kids from you.
Virginia. Look at Virginia. The minute they got power, they tried to rewrite the congressional so they could never lose again.
Yeah,
And they're not going to get it. Like I think the courts are pretty
I
much
think the
going to
courts are
throw
going
it
to
out
smack
because
it
it's
down. Yeah.
insane. Well, if you know the history of gerrymandering, that's not even like a liberal conservative split on the courts. The courts are usually like, if your district looks like a mythological animal, yeah, you need to redistrict it.
Yeah, yeah. They'll
Because I lived in
they'll
North Carolina
redistrict it,
through
but I
all
think
of
the
the
courts are going to
insane
demand.
redistricting because
I
they
think the
do this stuff
courts.
all the time.
Yeah, I think the courts are going to demand that Virginia basically remake it so that it's at least a 50-50.
Well, what's funny is the way they worded that. If you saw the ballot,
Oh, it's the most insane
somebody could
wording of it.
somebody could totally argue because they said fair, they have to make it 5v5 because I think they have 10.
Well, even if they and also just do you advocate for fair redistricting? Well,
It was insane.
that's such
it's like
such a
do you want
loaded
to beat and
question.
kill puppies? Vote no to beat and kill puppies. Like
Do you want to pass a law that is that avoids beating and killing puppies, but then the law is about, well, instead of beating and killing them, we just like gut them with a knife? Like that's essentially what they're doing, is like they're like, you don't want to do
it,
that, do you?
it
It's
was essentially
emotional.
the old what's the old thing where it's like the how often do you beat your wife or whatever
Yeah,
old rhetorical
exactly.
question thing. Like it was ridiculous.
Well, I will say this. This is where my biggest problem with the well, my biggest problem with people that think that are accelerationists is that um look at California, look at Minnesota, look at Washington. Those have state laws, and the state governments do nothing to help this. Is that there's a lot of parents that lose their children. Their children are taken from them because they will refuse to use pronouns. Like, people forget how bad it got under Biden, that you literally could lose your children for not using their pronouns, and they like the CPS would be at your door, like taking them and things like that. Um, Schools could literally hide it from you. They still can in a lot of liberal states. Um, the LGBTQ mafia is everywhere. Like absolutely insane levels of propaganda and money that gets spent towards that. Um, this is why I'm a huge advocate for like there needs to be a lot more nepotism within the conservative sphere. We need to be more nepotistic. We need to support. This is why, like, as much as I find it cringe, and I'm even kicking myself now, I'm probably going to be moving over to streaming at least dual streaming or multi streaming on Rumble. And people are like, "Oh, that's cringe. Rumble's cringe." It's like at the end of the day, you got to support something that's going to actually like protect yourself a little bit. And it's the
I
same
think
thing
you'd
with
take
like,
off on Rumble.
hmm?
I think you'd do really well. Like I've watched a little bit of your content, and it's really good. But I think if you did the multi-streaming stuff, it would really expand.
Maybe.
You know, maybe not at first, but you know, over a period of months, I think that'd be a smart decision
Yeah, I
for you.
probably. Someone said I would watch you on Rumble in the chat. I mean, I probably will do that at some point. And also like it's just, multiple streams of ways to go about it. And I also think Rumble's much more fair than YouTube, frankly. You can use gamer words on Rumble and they're not going to like ban you forever. You know, I think, well, yeah, but that being said, like nepotism is super important. This is why I've been hammering this for months now. It's like if you have an alternative, you should be using a uh, Orthodox or Christian or conservative alternative. Like period, end of story. Every single time, if you have an alternative to something, and people are like, oh, I can't like it's sometimes the conservatives are a little bit cringy on like certain of their business practices are cringy or they're a little bit boomerish and stuff. It's like it doesn't matter at the end of the day. One side wants to transition your kids and steal them from your home. The other side doesn't, right? You have to build up your community. You have to build up your economy, and things of that nature. And the only way to do that is by doing. This is why I'm on X. Listen, like people are like, why are you on X? X is like a hellhole. It is a hellhole in a lot of ways, but at the end of the day, Elon Musk is at least tangentially like allowing us to speak our minds without like complete censorship. And so you have to support that because if you don't, it's going to go away, and then all you're left with is threads. Yeah. And these other social platforms that are completely captured by leftists. I mean, look at what happened to Reddit. You know,
Well, not even just that. Like Instagram is probably like 85% just AI slop now.
yeah, yeah,
I think you're right on the money with the nepotism thing. I'm a big fan of that sort of thinking. Just support I only became Orthodox roughly a year ago. I grew up Protestant, but I think it is very powerful for especially Orthodoxy, since we're sort of a smaller group, to band together and really support each other. Like
yeah.
one of the biggest lies that I see, especially white people believe, is like the colorblind meritocracy thing, where oh, which doesn't matter what your identity is, it's just, you know, whatever. You know, you should be at bat for the people who believe the same things you believe in, you know, the same people who go to the same liturgy you go to. You know, those are your true family.
Well, I
So
know a
I'm
guy.
a
So
hundred
I'll give you
percent
an
with you.
example. I know a guy who he wants to open a little uh, like a oven, like it's like a food truck, but it has like an actual full on brick oven style like oven on the back of a truck, right? And he wants to go and open that up because that's like his dream is to like just bake pizzas for a living. I'm like, he's like, oh, but I don't know. I'm like, well, why don't you just ask your parish if you can set it up after each liturgy, like set up right outside on their parking lot? Yeah, it's like you have to like start using your connections and actually building community, like getting people to know each
Yeah.
other and word of mouth. Like we lost that in the culture, and the only way to rebuild it is if we actually promote that. It's like the same thing with my business. I have a business where I do basically I do IT work for basically small businesses that need it, everything from cybersecurity to website development to digital marketing. We do anything and everything that a small business would need. And it's freaking a pain in the ass to get conservatives to ever back other conservative businesses. They're always going with the big name people. It's ridiculous. And they're getting gypped by it, by the way, as at the same time. And their money is getting used to go to Democrat causes. But Hale, what's up?
So much. What's been up with you?
I'm alive. I had multiple surgeries the beginning of this year, so I've been like, it's just been crazy. But I'm doing good. Can't complain too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had so much going on, really, and now I'm sick, so that's not good.
Oh,
But
that's never fun. Because I think you're in the Midwest, right? Yeah.
no, I was in Texas, and then I moved back to Arkansas. But I'm getting married in August, so probably gonna move
Congratulations.
back to Texas. Thank you.
That's big news. That's awesome. And you guys are going back to Texas after you're married?
Yeah, probably to Austin, simply because out here in Arkansas, there just isn't a lot of work for either me or him.
Yeah.
Like I was an attorney down in Houston. I didn't like Houston. I got burglarized, so I left. Came back up here. Got a job here, living close to my parents, and the money out here, because it's so rural, there just isn't a lot of like legal work outside of, especially if you're in a more rural area, outside of criminal domestic, and so it just gets old very fast
Yeah, it
doing
gets
that
grating.
type of work.
Well,
Yeah.
if I could suggest anything, and I'm not saying you have to, but if I could suggest a place, what's popping off right now in terms of just growth, and actually the housing market's really good down there right now too for new buyers, is anything south of Tampa, all the way down to like Naples.
I
In
used to live I used to live in Tampa. I lived in Tampa 3 separate times. I grew up in a
Really? Okay.
military brat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
So
folks moved down to you're probably familiar, Cape Coral.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
my folks live down there. They're opening up a small little restaurant, I guess you'd call it. It's like a charcuterie board restaurant or something like that. My mom is all
Oh,
into it.
interesting.
Yeah, it's like a self pour wine slash beer bar with charcuterie board, like cheese and cracker crap. I don't know.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
The one thing about Tampa is the winters are nice relative to the south and the west, like writ large, but
yeah.
the summers the summers
Oh
are
yeah,
brutal.
I'm from Minnesota originally, so I can't do that. Like Texas and Florida are like my kryptonite. I can't do either the dry heat or humid heat. I just don't do it. I don't do well in it. I'm used to very mild summers, you know, and so
The Houston summers were much worse than I remembered them being in Tampa. But I don't maybe that was just because that's more recent. Because the last
yeah.
time I lived in Tampa was when I was a junior in high school. But it was so brutal.
Yeah, you have like I always tell people like if you're gonna live south of Tampa or like in the Naples area or in the Cape Coral area, you almost have to have a pool to like cool off throughout the day. You know what I mean? Like you almost have to. Like people are like, oh, but the ocean's right there. It's like no, 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 no. You don't understand. Like you want to be in the shade, like in your pool when midday comes around, and you just want to like survive just long enough for the 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 rain showers to come in the afternoon and cool everything off. And you know that. So um
Yeah.
but
And
no, that's
part of the
great.
reason part of the reason we want to go to Austin is just because of one of the parish there. I was baptized there, and that's the priest who's it's Father Moses. So,
Father Moses is
but
fantastic. Yeah.
yeah, and
His parish is
he's
pretty
gone
big,
there
isn't it?
for like 3 years. It used to be small. It used to be like 30, 40 parishioners, like around 2-ish years ago. Now it's really blown up.
Well,
So
they is it I haven't followed up with it, but they were buying like a big mansion to like build an entire
yeah.
complex for it, right?
Yeah, so the mansion right now, they're actually leasing it to some people in the parish, including like my fiance, where they're just like renting out a room in the mansion. The
Ah,
mansion is meant to be a community center. They're planning on building out a church eventually on the property, but the
oh, okay.
mansion itself wasn't going to be the new parish.
I
That will
thought it
probably
was going to
be
be a new, but will there be a chapel in it? I'm imagine there'll be a chapel at least.
in the mansion itself. I don't think so. I don't think so. They
Mm.
were like they were talking about like not converting the entire property into a monastery. So I think it's very up in the air about what it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, slow and steady, it takes time for those things to kind of develop and metastasize a little bit. Um, yeah, here in Korea, we just opened up a new full-time parish in Gwangju, which is really great. So we're up to 3 full-time parishes and 3 chapels that are part-time that meet, I think, once every other week or something like that. Those other, so, but yeah, it's crazy. Orthodoxy's growth this year has just been insane, and it's not even the end. Like it's not even halfway through the year, which is kind of intense. So
We had like probably, I think, I don't know, 5-6 year record of attendance today. It's getting crazy, and it's just like every other Sunday is like, oh, there's a new person. I've never seen this person before.
yeah, yeah. Well, I think what like we're gonna hit a point where because I think the initial wave of people were like people that were like attracted because of online stuff, but I think once you reach a certain threshold, the community, like people in the community, just start getting curious. Like, what is this church that's packed every, you know what I mean? Like, there's just cars out the door out of this church. They must be doing something right, right? People just get curious, and so I think you're gonna
Well,
see a
and
lot
like
of that.
once you get families who aren't really like online,
Yeah,
you just start getting more and more people. Like it
it's
just
word of mouth.
exponentializes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's only like 4 parishes, including I think that includes 1 mission, in the entire state of Arkansas. And
Really.
there's 2. Sorry, there's more. There's like 5 to 6. There's 2 up in Northwest Arkansas. There's 1 in Fort Smith, and there's a tiny row core parish in Mountain Home, which is like North Central, and I believe a mission in Little Rock. I don't think there's another parish in Little Rock. But the OCA one out here, the one that I go to, it's been growing a lot, and it's like it's converted from a military chapel. Um,
Mm.
so it's a very interesting building, but it's been growing a lot.
Well, it's just
It
all over
it's
the world.
wild that you say that because there's 32 parishes in my diocese.
Which oh yeah, you're in the are you which diocese
I'm
are you under?
I'm in the Eastern PA OCA diocese. So like,
Ah,
I mean, like there's graveyards that were consecrated by Saint Tikhon. Like it's really cool the Orthodox history up here you get because
yeah.
you have like Saint Tikhon's is right there. You know, it is really cool, but I forget how spoiled we are because like other parts of the
Well,
country are
I
like
got 2 people,
starving.
someone saying been to church in Fort Smith, and then someone said, unfortunately, our parish is in a horrible location for visibility. On the flip side, we are growing like crazy. And yeah, I think people just discover ability. This is actually one thing that I've been trying to promote with my business is like, listen, I know it's a small cost for a lot of parishes, and it's not always like something that they want to have to budget in, but really a decent website for visibility in the West is really important. In America in
Yeah, we had
particular.
ours redone, I think, last year, a year ago. We had it redone so it was mobile friendly because before then it wasn't really like
Yeah.
mobile friendly. And I was like, it's got to be mobile
You
friendly.
have to nowadays. Everyone searches things on their phone now to like, oh, church is nearby. Am I on their phone, right? So and also like just having good algorithm support and things like that so that you're actually like when someone searches you, you actually pop up in the algorithms. That's really important. So like a lot of these like churches and missions, they have churches like they have websites from like the 90s. Like they just look like from the 90s and early 2000s, and they just look horrible, you know. So I think that's really, really important that people underestimate.
Well,
Uh,
and the real miracle too with like the conversions is I know of a couple parishes that were definitely like kind of circling the drain just because like this region, Eastern PA,
it's
like outside of the
depopulating.
cities, you have areas like the coal belt just got obliterated 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was where there was a lot of Slavic immigration originally. And when that all dried up, like those parishes, some of them are miraculously still alive, but there was like a couple older folks, and now they're just like, more and more people. So, having been Catholic before, I've never seen that before. Like it was always like once it gets all old people, like that parish is a parking lot about 5 to 10 years.
Yeah. Once there's no young people, there's no energy, there's no youthfulness there. It's gone, right? But I think that's the thing that you're going to be seeing is a lot of these churches, which is why a lot of these churches have become more convert friendly and things like that. That's going to continue to happen over time. But yeah, I'm kind of at the point where it's like, man, if Orthodox people do not start prioritizing other Orthodox businesses, other Orthodox people, like for example, I don't know what Hegel does here, but I know she's like an attorney, but I don't know what type of law she does. But it's like that's somebody you should be reaching out to if if you're in that area. Like that should be the orientation we have, is going out towards people that we know, and recommending people that we know. Like for example, there's this Texan like little farm people that create their own like jams and sauces and things like that. I think it's Landrum Acres or something like that. And they're Orthodox. It's like everybody and their mother should be ordering jams from them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you should find one that you like and you should order from them, like, once every few months whenever you run out. Like, that should be just like standard operating procedure nowadays. You should be looking for, is there an Orthodox option? Is there a Christian option? Is there a conservative option? So it goes in that order, right? So it's like first you look for the Orthodox option, then you look for maybe a conservative or a Christian option, and then you go for the last option, right? But you should always be, your orientation should always be, how do I keep my money in the local economy, right? And the thing that we don't understand is this is exactly how these ethnic communities like the Somali community in Minnesota work. This is how the community in the Hindi community in Frisco in Texas work, right? What are they doing? What are the Indian community in Frisco doing? They're all buying from each other. They all support each other. It's like if I'm a manager at a store, I hire other Indians. You know what I mean? We have to start operating in that way. Otherwise, we're going to see our country just continue to circle the drain. Even if, let's say, worst case scenario, like everything that we've predicted comes true, that we've talked about could potentially happen if the Republicans lose the midterms and maybe the 2028 presidential election. The only thing that's going to be the saving grace for a lot of people is having a really close knit community that can keep the economy running for themselves, right? Keeping close knit, keeping watch over each other, helping each other, right? That's the only thing that's going to save your behind when worst push comes to shove. So Snow Quitter says Sunbury Orchards and Latzik Deli. I don't know what those are. I'm assuming those are Orthodox like options in Texas. We're servicing 11 counties currently. People driving 2+ hours. Regular attendance was about 20 when I first started attending 2 years ago, and there were 31 brought in over Pascha. So 31. That's 150% increase in a single Pascha. That's insane. My brother-in-law lives in Pocola, so when we visit him every few years, we go to Fort Smith. Logic, yes, Orthodox businesses near Chicago, except one in Texas. Yeah, I mean, for example, my business is entirely remote, so I have 2 other Orthodox co-owners for the business, and we help other businesses with their online presence and things of that nature, seeing some decent success and stuff like that. So definitely recommend us if you know any other businesses. That being said, it has been crazy seeing the reaction people have about the Iran war. I always laugh. I'm like, I feel like people have made geopolitics an idol. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate geopolitical analysis, but I think it always has to be like balanced with like pragmatism, because I'm a very pragmatic person. And I just don't see how it's pragmatic to constantly be like obsessing over the Middle Eastern politics as if it's like, if like they're like, oh, the bombs dropping in Iran are gonna like massively influence like 90% of people. They're not even gonna, if the news didn't even report on it, they wouldn't even know or care that it was happening, right? Like if there wasn't a bunch of X accounts obsessing over it, it probably would have been out of the news cycle by now. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
No, you're right. I mean, a lot of people in like meat space don't care. We'll say the gas prices might be the one thing that might,
I
if
never
there's anything
understood
that's
that.
kind of screwed up a
We
little bit of
produce
stuff, like
excess gas. We produce so much excess gas and oil in America that we export. So why should gas prices from Iran influence our gas prices at all? I don't understand it. Maybe I'm
well,
losing. Maybe
the
I'm
way
like
I
losing track of
understand
it.
it, the way I understand it is because the there really isn't like national sectored petrodollar trading. And because it's all connected, like any blip anywhere, like just makes it go chaotic for a while. Like they're coming back down again. It's just any kind of whatever, everybody freaks out and it's like the sky is falling, time to burn everything.
Yeah, yeah. I
Like
think
like
that
the
actually the
economy
only
is not as manufactured as people think it is. Like it's
no,
still people trading and like, optioning and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
It's not like a magic box or it's just like, oh, we're gonna decide the prices are this today. And
Yeah,
the other problem we have too is our natural gas markets keep going up because like Pennsylvania produces a lot of natural gas, but because of the data centers, like they are obliterating our energy markets here.
yeah,
Because
those
we're
data
sending
centers
all of our power that we produce down to like Virginia and DC area to keep these things going. And
actually,
then now we're
funny
sending all the
enough,
natural gas and everything.
that is exactly what the AI product I'm working on is supposed to like rectify. And I think it's going to actually completely change the AI industry. And I'm hoping to be the first person to market for it. I'm just trying to get that funding for it. I'm trying to get my AI, I'm trying to get the funding for the product so that I can prototype it pretty soon. I got a couple feelers out there, but I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the funding for it. So I'm still waiting on to hear back from some of the people that I've put it to. But everybody that I've talked to that are familiar with that space says it's a really good idea. So I'm excited for that because the AI data centers, they're a giant black hole. You know, so
Yeah,
they
it's not great. I mean, the
and
biggest problem
they
too is
don't
it's
produce a
also
ton of
NIMBY.
jobs. They
Well, it's NIMBY again too. It's like nobody wants these in their backyard, and it's like, oh, but let's have everybody pay for them to keep them afloat. So it's
well, yeah, and also like
just unfortunate.
yeah, and that's a big problem too. But also these data centers, like again, it would be another story if they provided like, let's say for every data center, these things are massive often. So like if you had a data center, if they were providing 100+ jobs, there might be like a good argument for it. But the problem is that they're producing maybe 20, you know, which is not enough to justify the amount of energy increase, right? Because you're not getting that money, like those incomes are not coming back into the local economy. Like you're not getting a bunch of like upper middle class jobs suddenly that are capable of re-injecting that money into the economy. By the way, these data centers could absolutely be job makers, but these companies refuse to do it. They refuse to design them in a way that actually makes more jobs than is necessary. So that's me getting that's me getting into the nitty-gritty into it. Someone says I'm looking to getting to new laptop. Any recommendations? I'm a big fan of MSI, believe it or not. I know not everyone is, but MSI they're prefabricated. They tend to work really smoothly, and they can be used for basically any need that you want, whether it's gaming or if it's like work. They'll run like a dime a dozen, and they tend to be a little bit inexpensive. What's up, Naval?
Yeah, MSI or Asus, because they, as far as I understood it years ago, they were the main manufacturers of the actual chip boards and everything. So it's not like HP or Dell where they're like just putting somebody else's junk in their box. They
Yeah,
actually know their stuff when they're making the hardware.
yeah,
So they're
yeah.
usually good
They make their
bets.
own stuff, and then they also come with like decent warranties. I want to run. I want
I've
something
had
that will
my
run
Asus
Linux.
for a while. And
Literally
it's
everything.
chugging.
Literally everything will run Linux. You don't have to worry about that. If you want to run Linux, everything will run Linux. You just have to install Linux. Like that's really what it comes down to. If you don't want Microsoft on it or Windows on it, then you're gonna have to just uninstall Windows and reinstall Linux. Right? It's believe it or not, it's actually not that. It's not that difficult. And it depends on the Linux one that you want to run too.
Yeah, I've always
MSI,
been a fan of
MSI.
I've had a little bit with Linux, but I've always been a fan of the more Chromium kind of Linux because they see if you're used to like how Chromebooks work, it's pretty easy to get used to using it.
So the problem with the reason Linux will never be the main, like it'll never replace Windows or Mac or any of those other like operating systems is simply because it's not consumer focused. And Windows is
Yeah,
a
it's to
disaster.
build it yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah, Windows 11 is or Windows. Yeah, what are we on? Windows 11,
11.
11 is horrible. Yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely horrible. And I've said this for a long time. Like, if they just released if they re-released a legacy but updated for modern hardware, Windows 7, that would sell like hotcakes because Windows 7 was the best Windows was ever was.
Yeah, that was pretty much the peak. I mean, the same is kind of true of Mac. I like the older Mac. I think as they got more into Intel and all, it's just the problem is they don't care about computing anymore. It's all phones. That's the bread and butter now.
Someone said watching
like-
this on Linux Mint. Thoughts? I think Linux Mint was probably the closest you could get to an actual functional Linux thing that was like consumer friendly, but I haven't used it in years, so I couldn't tell you. I just wanted a more secure banking device that won't have pop-ups every 2 seconds.
That's called Brave browser.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, straight up, I would just use Brave browser. There's a couple other like anti pop-up browsers nowadays that are popping up too as well. So, but Brave is probably the best.
I think
Yeah.
I was a day one Brave downloader. Like after he got, because that was the guy that worked for Mozilla, right? I think the guy they like threw out of Mozilla for being anti-gay marriage, and then he founded Brave. And I think like the minute it was up for download, I downloaded it.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was a big fan of Brave for a while, but my problem is it wasn't super well optimized, but they recently kind of rectified that. So, you know. I think they improved its efficiency by like something like 400%. Like it's 400% faster than it was before. So yeah, Brave has a lot of bloat, but that's because it's based on Chrome, and Chrome is crappy too. Actually, unironically, Edge is probably one of the more well optimized search engines, believe it or not.
Well, people don't realize Edge is built from the ground up. It's not Internet Explorer anymore.
Yeah.
I think a lot of old heads are like, "Oh, it's just Internet Explorer." It's not though. It's they made a new one for a reason because the old one was garbage and everybody hated it.
Firefox is awesome in my opinion. I hate everything about Firefox. You'll never convince me that it's anything other than it's attempting to be like what Mac is for Windows, and I just don't like it. It's terrible. Safari. Oh.
Ugh. Even when I use my Mac, I refuse to use Safari. It's so bad.
No, it's but yeah, no, Chrome and Chromium are the
That's what won. That's just what won the web browser war.
Exactly. I don't use Chrome. I use Brave.
Even Edge is basically their version of a Chromium kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's more optimized. That's the reason why it's better. Yeah, no,
Yeah, I know Brave on mobile used to chug, like, it was really bad, but I guess when they fixed it recently, it works better than it used to.
it's still not great, but again, that's because it's based on Chromium, not because of anything else. But I think they're kind of going their own direction now. Which is good. They really need to optimize it because Google gets away. The reason Chrome is so slow is because it's collecting your data. It's because it's tracking all that stuff. It has so much bloat to sell your data. That's why. Remember when crypto was a thing? This is actually one area I probably would debate Jay on. Jay Dyer. He's a big Bitcoin guy. Like he's a big pro Bitcoin guy, and I am not at all. I'm actually I'm like a crypto skeptic. Not because I don't understand what crypto is or how crypto operates, but because I think the what people want it to be versus what it actually is ends up not being equal. It's not. It doesn't end up being the same.
It's never really escaped being a stock market. It's never truly become a currency.
No. I've actually disagreed with Jay publicly on crypto, but I'm kind of reasonable about it. Like, and I'm willing to discuss it with him about it. So, the biggest problem with crypto is that it's like people say it's like a freedom from fiat, but the problem is that people treat it like a stock, and the only reason people want to keep it is that it has value in relation to fiat. Like no one cares that Bitcoin is worth 1 Bitcoin. Like that's what that was what it used to be called. Like it's like Bitcoin isn't worth $3. Bitcoin is just worth 1 Bitcoin. And it's like, what does that even mean? First off, second, everybody cares about the value of Bitcoin only because it has value in terms of fiat. Right? So
Yeah, that's inherently the problem with it is it's still dependent on the thing that it's supposedly gonna free us from.
yeah, I mean, like so for example, someone says, "I have 1 Bitcoin. Can you let's say the power's out and it's like after a hurricane, and someone says, "I have 1 Bitcoin. I'll give you the Bitcoin if you give me your chicken." And I'll be like, "My chicken's worth more than your Bitcoin right now, right?" Because the Bitcoin has no backing by the government. Whereas if someone says, "Hey, I'll give you $100 for your chicken," I know eventually the $100 will be worth something as long as the U.S. government doesn't collapse tomorrow, right? Even if there's inflation, even if there's everything else, right? That being said, I'm very big. I'm a fan of making sure people have physical assets. So it's like physical gold, physical silver, not like bonds, silver bonds or gold bonds. I'm talking like straight up, like you have coins in your safe. Like that's kind of that's my big thing is like trade in things that are actually like worth money and have assets. So land, gold, silver, precious metals, animals, livestock, like even an orange tree in your backyard has value, right? At the end of the day. Let's see what people are saying here. Hold on. That's why I stopped prime precious metals. Prices can change in a second from big nose JB. But the physical price is determined digitally. I've bought physical, but the S&P long-term returns are just way better. Yeah, I mean that it's true that stocks have better long-term growth, but that's only insofar that you can keep on top of that. And it's like a full-time job to keep on top of it. Really, what I tell people is just throw a little bit of excess money into stocks, throw a little bit of excess money into crypto, throw a little bit of excess money into physical, and just have a little bit of everything. Like, I don't understand. People like overcomplicate. It's like, oh, you have to go all in on crypto. It's like, that's probably not a good idea because a lot of those cryptos, how do you get value out of them? Through the exchanges. Those exchanges have been hacked numerous times. Why would I trust it? You know what I mean? So
Well, and then there's all the like rug pulling and all that stuff that goes on every now and then.
Oh yeah,
Because again, people are paying it like a stock, so there's going to be short selling and
people are
all
like,
that
yeah,
kind of
but
stuff
you
that
can
you get
only
with
mine a
stock.
limited amount, and it's like, okay, if the Chinese government tomorrow woke up one day and said we want to own all the Bitcoin, they would buy all the Bitcoin in no time. They would have ownership of a huge, vast amount of, like, a vast majority of the digital like assets that exist for Bitcoin, and what they would do is they would just manipulate the pricing that way. Right. They would manipulate it digitally, they would manipulate it any other way, just like the stock market's manipulated. Remember when like everybody was buying and holding GameStop? Like they just kept on buying and holding it?
The great rug pull.
Yeah.
Well, and then they didn't they shut Robinhood off
Yeah,
or
they shut
whatever? Like
Robinhood off.
they shut it off so you couldn't trade it because of course they're not going to let a bunch of like NPCs crash the freaking stock market.
Well, I always had a problem with that. Well, actually, it's actually true that like GameStop is artificially like GameStop has huge potential, believe it or not. I never understood why they didn't move more. I mean, I know they have a digital store, but they needed to like really make it more of like a Steam competitor, and then they also needed to make their physical brick and mortar locations valuable. And by that, I mean they have to like transition more to like physical in-person like stuff. Like they need to have a games room, they need to have like a TV with an Xbox attached to it. They need, like, you know what I mean? Like they need that kind of stuff. They in Korea, those are huge. They're called PC bongs, and I think that GameStop should transition to that. But what do I know?
Now they're transitioning to be a toy store now. That's basically I think they have more toys than games. It's been years since I was in one, but the
I'm
last time I was like, man, this is not GameStop. This is like a toy. It's like bookstore. It's like that famous J rant where he talks about bookstores becoming toy stores.
Yes, yes, that's true. Yes, Funko Pops. Yeah, my daughter. There's more toys in the bookstore than there are like books sometimes. But I would say in Korea, bookstores are immensely popular still, like immensely popular. Um, they're still packed to the brim, even on like a weekday. You'll see a bunch of people in the bookstore like getting books. Like in Korea, it's still very popular. But I think people always like overanalyze why brick and mortar are dying and why like malls died and all this stuff. The answer is simple. The reason they died is because of crime.
Yeah, well, it's crime, and also in America, everything's so spread out. The convenience of not driving an hour to go to the mall for like most people,
Yeah,
it
but
was like
like it
just
used
ordered
to
on
be where the
Amazon.
mall was like a fun place to go and chill for the day. It's not because it's miserable being there, right? It used to be where there's food courts and there's things to do, there's arcades, but there's none of that stuff anymore because of crime. No one wants to open businesses there because of crime. No one wants to go there because like it's not worth the hassle, right? Crime is like the compounding effect of all of these problems. Like actually, I guarantee you, if crime was resolved in a more meaningful way in America, if they started arresting people and actually throwing them in jail or like executing them, that you would see a huge surge in people willing to go out and actually like have a good time, because
No,
there's
absolutely. I mean, I heard stories like in these cities, especially like Philadelphia, where they just let all these cities have these new laws where you can steal under this amount of money and you don't get like they don't do anything to you. Well, everybody just there's like gangs that go around just stealing from these retail stores.
yeah.
That's their job. That's how they make money. It's like it's not sustainable to a civilization.
No, it's not. And again, like here in Korea, the reason why, like you go to a mall in Korea, they're packed. Even on weekdays, they're just packed. And that's because it's still functional. There's not a ton of crime. People aren't going to steal your stuff. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, that's exactly right.
and then that's
And that's a real thing that caused this whole American tendency to just like sit inside all day and go insane.
oh yeah, and that's true too. This is why politics became such a big thing, because when I was a kid growing up, I don't know how old you are, Naval, but I'm 32. When I was a kid, like you went to the bowling alley with your
Yeah.
buddies.
Yeah, yeah, we're about the same age. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
you
like
would
you went
you go
outside, like
biking, or you'd like strap your computer with a ridiculously sized monitor to your back or onto a wagon, and you'd like pull it behind your bike to your friend's house. You could play computer games together and shit like that. Like,
yeah. I mean, I grew up kind of in the country, so it's like you went outside, you just hung
yeah,
out outside,
I grew up in a small town, so like there wasn't much to do. You either, brought your computer over to your buddy's house and you like did a LAN party, or you went bowling. It's like that, or you went to like two towns over to the local movie theater. Like that's all that there was. Um, and then there's like a couple bars with darts and pool.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, when we grew up, the internet wasn't what it is now. I hate to be the old man yells at cloud, but like half of these kids now that are just on their phone all the time. It's like, what are you doing? That's not real. The internet isn't real. Go outside.
Well, yeah, I kind of get to that point too with my daughter. I even tell my daughter, I'm like, taking your phone, go outside, and she goes, okay. Luckily, she's used to it because like I just take her phone and say, "Yep, going outside." She's like, "Okay," like because we've made that a habit. But it's like it's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy what they do. So
Yeah, I mean, I just remember hearing like when the schools all went to computers for everything from like paper, it just cooked all of these kids because they
remember
it's like,
the projectors with the
oh yeah,
the transparent well, what do they call that? That
it's
transparent
like
sheet.
yeah, where it's like with the markers, yeah.
Yeah, they,
Yeah,
like
that was
that
my
was
era.
that was what I grew up with too. Up until I think we started getting digital. Like some of them were getting replaced by digital whiteboards and digital uh, smart boards and stuff like that. Um, like my junior and senior year of high school. But by the time my brother was going through high school, they were basically all replaced. But
Yeah,
um,
it was very fast. It was kind of
same with
it's
cell
like
phones.
that whole era where like the 15-year-olds got addicted to vaping and all like
Yeah,
blew their lungs out from God knows what from India that they were ordering on eBay.
yeah. Well,
Like
look
it
at
was so quick and then it was gone. Like the next generation, it wasn't even a thing
yeah,
anymore.
vaping's kind of lost its popularity, I think. There's still some people that are vaping, but it's like not nearly as popular as it's mostly a military thing, believe it or not. Actually, these smartphones, I didn't have I had a little phone that you held like this. It was like almost a quarter of the size smaller though, and it had a full keyboard that you had to push up to get to the keyboard. Like you pushed it was like slid.
Yeah, yeah, I had one of those
I
back in the day.
That was my phone up until my senior year, and then I got a hand-me-down first generation iPhone, 2012. It was a
Yeah, yeah,
hand-me-down from my parents.
like nobody had because I remember I think I always say it's like 2013 somewhere in there is when like everything became smartphones, everything became social
2013,
media.
2014.
The world went insane,
Yes.
and it's continued to be insane for like yeah.
Yeah, like we were still semi-functional all the way through my high school years. In terms of interpersonal relations, people disagreed, but they were like capable of like disagreeing like normally. And then
Yeah, it wasn't like the insanity it is now, or
yeah, Trump
you
came
have
down the
what
escalator,
40% of the country is like just broken in the head now. They're like, we have to kill these people, or they're gonna kill all of us, and it's like
yeah,
it's just
Trump
insane.
broke a lot of people's heads. This is part of the reason why I think he's a net good, because it kind of revealed how just toxic everything had become, and we just didn't realize it. It was like a slow poison that was infecting everything.
Yeah, yeah, basically. I mean, it did just, and it also, I mean, you had the, you know, the deep state or whatever you want to call it, the uniparty. He kind of put a wrench into that in a lot of ways.
Hmm.
It's why you see that map that goes around about like acceptable viewpoints on the left, and it's or on the right, and it's super scattered, and then the left is like they all believe basically the same stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
Well, like a lot of people like Pat Buchanan was not like an outsider back in the day.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
his
no.
ideas were extremely. He almost won the nomination for a reason. Like he was extremely popular. And then we got into this kind of like normie track with the Bush and Obama, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's just normal politics. Obama's really popular because he's actually he's a good-natured politician, and we just need to trust that all of our politicians are good-natured. And then you quickly realize that was a giant ass joke, like it was a complete lie. And then Trump comes down the escalator, and all of that niceness, that that fake niceness went away. And this is why I think ultimately it was a net good for Trump, because at least we can see them for what they really were. They all throughout 2012, all the way up until 2016, there was this slow, silent poison that was infecting us all, with the transgender and LGBTQ cult, and it came full to a head in 2016, and I just remember how bad it got.
Yeah. Yeah, it really did. I mean, it's kind of like whenever woke started, which I've always, my conspiracy theory has always been this was kind of artificially pushed into the left after Occupy Wall Street, because basically all the financiers and all saw Occupy Wall Street, got terrified, and realized, oh, we can just castrate these people from ever being effective politically again by making them take all the most insane positions on everything.
I think that's broadly speaking really true. I think people forget that the merchant class, how effective they are at divide and conquer. They're even they haven't been as effective with the MAGA people, but they're still pretty effective at the but that's more of the influencer class. The part of the reason why it wasn't as effective is people like Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk being dead is has devastated the the artificial unity that the right had, you know. Charlie Kirk was, I think I think a lot of people underestimated how effective he was at keeping the right wing coalition kind of semi-united in the back end.
Yeah, it is.
And
I
actually, this is
really,
my
people
criticism.
said it's going to make millions of Charlie Kirks, but it's not. He was irreplaceable, and now
Yeah.
I don't know where we're going from here.
Tucker Carlson's I think again, this is where I love Tucker to death on a lot of things. I really
do.
do.
Same. I mean, my thing with Tucker is I think he's burned some of his goodwill he had to do, to be that person.
He could have been influential. He could have been so influential with Trump. He was still having meetings with Trump up until 2 or 3 months ago. But
yeah, well, that's just it. It's this ODing on black pill spiral, what, that Chinese professor grifter. It's why are you entertaining people like this on your show?
Yeah, it's a total obvious.
What are
grift.
you doing? This isn't help. Is this just whoever started calling it podcastia or whatever? It's this is what are we doing here? Where there's everybody interviews the same 5 people. We just go in a circle here.
Yeah. And honestly, I think for a short time, Tucker was interviewing just random Joe Schmoes. There's just that, remember when he had that, random, farmer dude that he met outside one day, and he's just you want to interview?
Yeah.
That stuff was actually cool.
Yeah, that stuff's cool. It's just when it's okay, all the podcasters are going to interview all the other podcasters. Okay.
TPUSA, someone said here in the chat, TPUSA has been very cringe in the very beginning. Yeah, I mean, but that was because it was a normie conservative bullshit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I mean, I've actually IRL Meat Space interacted with their booths when they first started, and it's normie Republican stuff. But what people don't understand is it's so much better than what there was before that.
Yeah, there was nothing
older
before
guard
that.
stuff. Well, just regular college Republican type stuff was. If you want to talk about cringe, I mean, this is levels of cringe that shouldn't be possible. This is when they had 20-year-olds making arguments of you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and all that nonsense that appeals to no one under 50.
The free hand of the free market will
the trickle down,
trickle down economics.
Basically leftover, it was leftover boomer Reaganism from the 80s. It's
Reagan was
because they couldn't run on anything else because Bush was so bad foreign policy and arguably domestic policy too. They couldn't run on. He was a
mixed bag on domestics. But I was young when Bush was in office. My formative years were under.
I won't forgive him for for No Child Left Behind, because that has caused so much problems downstream of just
It was
like,
it was stupid too. It didn't even make sense. Like, ugh. And the thing is, it was like he had like 2 or 3 really disastrous domestic policies with like a mixed bag on other things, right? And but yeah, like the entire like GOP was like reduced to like Reagan, when really we should have been emulating like Nixon and like and Teddy Roosevelt. Like those should have
yeah,
been our.
Nixon. Well, and the problem you had with Teddy Roosevelt, like if you talked about Teddy Roosevelt, you had all the libertarians screeching in your ear and be like, he was a statist and he did things and we don't do things. We just scream about losing.
Oh yeah, it was terrible. Like Teddy Roosevelt was like.
I mean, he's
Frankly,
my favorite president, probably. Yeah,
I
I
would say
can't think of
McKinley
one
is
better.
mine, but that's only because
Yeah,
like
McKinley's
McKinley
good
was
too.
like everything Teddy was without some of the adventurism. Because I think Teddy was a
Well,
little
the
too
problem too with
adventurous.
Teddy kind of huffed his own farts a little bit and caused Wilson to get into power, which is also kind of unforgivable because, like, if you want to talk about worst presidents of all time,
Wilson's probably the worst.
that's
Yeah,
in like top 3, like not even
easy.
arguable. You know, what do we get out of that? The Federal Reserve, the income tax, like
Yeah, Teddy running against the other person when it would have been a blowout. It would have been a blowout if Teddy not run third party.
yeah, and that's why I really admire RFK for doing, and Charlie Kirk facilitated a lot of that. That's why I really, like, admire, and I'm like, "Yeah, I see where the trains kinda could fall off the tracks again because now people are just gonna fight over, 10%
Though
of the issues
I
they
think
don't agree
Trump's
on."
just like sheer personality has won RFK over slightly. I think RFK like actually likes Trump now. I think before he was kind of like, this is an alliance of convenience and he's the only option I got to do what I want to do. But now I actually think he's kind of on board with a lot of this stuff. I think he actually like admires it because like every time he's done a interview, he's kind of been like, you know what, I actually really like how Trump thinks and blah blah blah. And he's like, he's not a bigot, you know. Um,
Well, that's been the general theme, like, once people actually get in a room and talk to him one-on-one, like, he is not the character that is on Truth Social or wherever making, like, shit posts.
no, yeah.
Like,
Um,
that's just not him when he's actually doing stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing that people like underestimate about like the GOP is like people like Trump is like a kind of a more of a Nixonian. Um, he's not a Reaganite at all. Which is why he was so despised by the establishment guys like Jeb Bush and stuff. By the way, whatever happened to Jeb Bush? Do you even know what happened to him?
Legend is he's still selling guac bowls off into the sunset somewhere.
I gotta look this up. What is going on with Jeb Bush in recent years? Hold on, guys. We're gonna look this up as a group. We're gonna look this up as a group. I'm gonna open. Hold on. I actually gotta share the window. Hold on. Let me share the window. He's 73. He was young when he was running, wasn't he? Holy crap. There we go. Okay. So let's see here. Jeb Bush, 73. What's he doing now? Let's go to Wikipedia and see what he's doing. What's his early life, early career, political career, gubernatorial bid? He was like the Florida governor, right? For a while? Governor of Florida.
Yeah, he was governor when the 2000 election happened. That's why there's all the, like, conspiracy theories about how Gore really won and Jeb helped Bush win.
Yeah. Veto of high-speed rail. I think that was a mistake. I'm a huge fan of IRC high-speed rail. That's stupid. Public opinion, political interests, 2016 so that's 2016. What's in May 2016 he announced he would vote for neither for Trump nor Clinton. But has anything happened since? Like, what has he done since? I'm kind of like, Jeb Bush since 2016.
If I had to guess, he's probably like his brother. He's like painting paintings of dogs or something, and just
Nah,
chilling in
he's
retirement.
filthy.
Like,
He's filthy rich. That's
yeah, like
that's
he
what I
has
would
no
do.
reason to need to do anything. Like I wouldn't do
He's like, I'm
anything.
done. I'm done.
Yeah.
Like I'm out of here.
He's not running again. Like I don't think he'll ever run. I mean, I don't think Nikki Haley will run again
Alan
either.
Lee
That's why
said that
I'm interested in who they try to get as their like establishment guy, because like Rubio's not like Rubio's
he's
shifted his
transitioned.
position
Yeah,
so
he's
much.
definitely
Like,
shifted over the years to more of a.
I mean, that speech he gave at the wasn't the UN, but it was like some kind of
It
it
was
was
either
some kind
UN.
of
It was one of those big like international body things.
well, it was like something for like it wasn't NATO, but it was something similar to, or it
Could
was
have been
like
the
some kind of
EU or
European
something like that.
American. I forget what it was, but that speech was like masterful, and he just basically laid it out on these European nations for just destroying their
I
countries
think
with
what happens is
migration.
that when you're a congressman, it's all theory. Like it's like, oh, I'm just gonna support this thing in theory, and I'm gonna talk in these grandiose, like idealistic things. But then when you get into a position like Secretary of State, you start realizing how the world actually works.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's very true. It is, controversial
Oh,
figure time, but
it was
Henry
someone said it was the
Kissinger
World
was one of
Economic
those
Forum.
figures.
Someone said it was
Yeah, that's what.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like I don't think it was World Economic Forum though. It was like it was some kind of like defense pack thing that goes back to Cold War era. What's up, Fodian?
Yeah, maybe the no, for Jews, McKinley. Someone said Jews killed McKinley and replaced him with Teddy. It was actually revolutionary socialists. Now everyone associates revolutionary socialists with Jews, but it's not just Jews. I know it might be shocking to people. It might be shocking that the Jews aren't aren't behind literally everything. But the Russian Bolsheviks. Yes, a lot of their leadership were Jewish. Very true. This is not disputable. This is not even something that you can really dispute, frankly. It's not to say, okay? However, the only reason the Bolsheviks won was because they got 20 to 25 to 30% support from the Russian population. They didn't have a lot of support, but they had 25 to 30% support, 20% on the low end. I think some people estimate 20%. I would be willing to entertain that, but I haven't seen enough evidence for that. But at least 25% supported the Bolsheviks. That's a huge percentage of the population. That's not all Jews, guys. like that's something that we got to remember. It's like there are evil people in all of these backgrounds and all of these different groups that are going to take advantage of chaos, and they're going to do what they believe is right. So
If it wasn't
Well,
all
and
Jews, the
the
problem
thing too
is,
in the context historically then was you had all those like a lot of them like really dumb like pogroms of just like random craziness going on in Russia and Ukraine before the Bolshevik era, and it drove a lot of people that would be apolitical into the arms of things like the Bolsheviks.
not all the programs were unjustified, by the way. A lot of them were, but Tsar Nicholas II was actually like scaling back a lot of those things. He was much more targeted in the way that he instituted that stuff. Anyways, Fodium, what were you saying?
The Jews made me cut my fingernails too short.
So true. See, it's always them. They're always around the corner. And that's the thing that my biggest criticism of like the more kind of far right, more dissident right types people is that it's like when you blame literally everything on them, you give them artificial power. Certainly, they have a lot of influence. No one denies that. But they only have a lot of influence insofar that um, that our elite allow it to happen. Our cultural elite allow it to happen. The pastors, the pastoral class in America, the Protestants, various Protestant sects, and different things of that nature, they allow that to happen. It's kind of like every time the Chinese are involved in like subversive behavior in America, which they have been quite a few times, is it always the fault of the Jews in that case, or are the Chinese secretly controlled by Jewish interests? I don't see how that's possible, right? So someone says Stalin was Georgian. Yeah, but Stalin was after the Bolsheviks. He was kind of a post-Bolshevik, kind of a reformer, but he was bad in his own ways because he was a freaking schizo freak. That was the biggest problem with
Well, he also just strong-armed his way in and then just eradicated the Trotskyist faction inside of the
which some people say
Communist
that's what makes
Party.
him based, but he also like mass murdered tons of clergy too.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean that's like the most prescient historical example of two retards fighting. Like there's no
there's no good
base
person in
side
this
that.
scenario.
Like,
there's no good person in this scenario. They are both horrible human beings. It's kind of like, this is another thing where it's like people are always like you get some people in the distant right, not all of them, but some people are like, Hitler based, Hitler great, like, oh, Hitler, we need our own Hitler. Dude, Hitler failed. Like he ultimately like ruined his country. Like he was so politically inept that he pissed off both sides of a situation where both sides actually already hated each other. He got the Soviets and the Americans to side with one another. That's not what a good politician does, is drive your enemies into each other's arms. That's like a bad idea. You know what I mean? Like,
well, to be fair to the Austrian painter, the Japanese also just decided to go full retard and
yeah,
like
to be fair,
involve us.
that is true. Actually, Yami, the admiral in that case, he actually kind of went rogue slightly. Like, yes, he ultimately he could make the final decision, but the other like Japanese like leadership were like, yeah, I feel like if you do that, that's a bad idea. Like they all said, like, don't do that. It sounds like a really bad idea to get the Americans involved. Like they're already not involved. But he insisted that they could cripple the American fleet and then there would be no risk ever. But the thing is they didn't finish the job. Right? Like if
Yeah.
you're gonna cripple the American fleet, you have to cripple the infrastructure so that they can build a new fleet. Like
Well,
it's
and like when they did that, I know Germany. I don't know what Italy's reaction was, but Germany like freaked out because they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, Germany
Do
was
not-
like, we're not involved in this, please. But the Americans were pissed at that point, and the American elite saw it as an opportunity to get involved, which, say what you will, I think it was a mistake to get involved in World War I or World War II. But like, my goodness, like talk about just like a freaking like one of the most like strategic errors in all of history, and also like this is something that I get some heat occasionally from some people. Dropping the N bombs on and firebombing Japan when they had already offered terms of surrender. They wanted a negotiated truce or a negotiated surrender. Basically saying, hey, we'll surrender. We'll admit that we're in the wrong, but we're going to negotiate we keep the rest of our territory kind of a thing. The territories we've gained that you haven't taken back, we're going to keep the rest of it, and we'll just kind of call it a done day. But what ended up happening is that by bombing them and like completely crippling the mainland in Japan, we ended their ability to defend Manchuria, which handed it over to the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean, there's a there's a myriad of reasons why what was done, and I know a big contributing factor was there was a fear at the time that the Soviets, because of what they'd done in Eastern Europe, they would go in through Hokkaido and through the north of Japan and take half the island permanently.
Yeah, I think there was some fears for that, but I think ultimately what needed to happen was the United States basically needed to say, "Listen, we'll negotiate a truce with you, and we'll actively fund, rebuilding efforts, but there has to be like economic treaties and things like that." Like there could have been ways to do it without completely crippling them and handing it over to the Chinese radicals and the Soviets. Because you got to remember, it was the Chinese nationalists were our allies, and then like they are the ones that bled the most in retaking most of China. It's like this. It's funny is that the Maoists they always claim we defeated the Japanese. No, you didn't. It was the freaking nationalists. And it's always funny if you see Chinese war movies from World War II. I've watched a couple myself. It's always like the Chinese like Revolutionary Guard charging into the front. It's like, no, that was the nationalists. They're the ones that did all the heavy lifting. It's like, which is always funny to me.
Yeah, people forget exactly how bad China was getting defeated during Operation Ichigo. Like that was late '44, and China was still suffering overwhelming defeats.
Oh yeah, yeah. It wasn't even close. The Japanese were like getting like completely curb stomped in the ocean by us, but then like on the land they were completely dominating. Like it wasn't even close. People forget that.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing, aside from Japan, I think what we did with the Chinese nationalists at the end of the war was just unforgivable, that we didn't back them and didn't go in and thoroughly keep the Reds from taking China.
Well, and another thing we backed, like people forget, we actually funded the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, I know.
In World War One. Like we got in, like us getting involved in World War One sealed the fate of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire breaking apart. It sealed the fate of the Russian Empire collapsing. Because if we had backed Tsar Nicholas II and the White Armies, they would have, like Tsar Nicholas would have reasserted control over the country easily. Because the Bolsheviks didn't have the resources or the numbers to sustain a conflict like that. And in fact, the whites, if you look at the raw numbers, the whites were actually winning on the battlefield in a lot of ways. They just didn't have the ability to sustain it. But for some reason, the Brits, as per usual, were on the wrong side of history, as always, backing the Bolsheviks. Just like they backed the Ottomans when the Russians almost retook Constantinople. What did the Brits do? If you retake Constantinople, we're going to war with you. It's like, what?
Well, if you ever read like the French kvetching about the Crimean War, you'll understand why. Like they've had this whole thing where it's like if the Greeks and the Russians are ever on the same page about anything and like can form a power block, they're gonna. I think the exact quote is they're gonna force the Greek heresy upon us. Like,
yeah, I mean that's ultimately what, and that's what makes it so tragic that so much of Eastern Europe and Greece are like artificially made enemies of Russia. Like
it's all by design, and what's sad is like they don't see it on the ground, but like if you're looking at it from the outside in, it's so obvious what's gone on.
So many, like the artificial hate in Eastern Europe towards Russia makes no sense, since Russia, like the only reason they hate them is because the Soviets. Yeah, but the Russians were as much victims to the Soviets as anyone else.
I mean, arguably, just numbers wise, vastly more the victims of it.
Oh yeah, easily. So it's always funny to me that like it's always this artificial, like if we're going to get into it, the Ukraine conflict is completely artificially propped up, right? Obviously, like, and it's entirely Western Europe. What's up?
I mean, is your position that Trump is a net good or positive or negative?
I think if you take it on the whole, Trump is ultimately going to be a net good domestically. I really don't care about his foreign policy as much. I think he's made some blunders and some in the foreign policy space, but at the end of the day, that's not what I care about. I care about, like, is the economy going to improve under him or not, right? Like that's kind of, and is like immigration going to improve under him? That's really all I care about.
Yeah, how's the economy going to improve when he just did this inflation thing?
What inflation thing?
No, that's a good point.
Our gas prices are up, and it's pretty much permanent. It's not going down.
No, they've fallen since the ceasefire and stuff like that.
Right, but it's never gonna go back to what it was before, and pretty much everything else price goes up,
well,
and everything gets inflated.
The prices didn't even go up higher than they were under Biden, so even then, it's still a net positive from under Biden, right?
Well, you can't be totally partisan right here, because Trump did do a lot of quantitative easing during the COVID period. Like, remember negative interest rates?
Yeah.
Like that's gonna ensure that there's gonna be inflationary troubles for like a
Yeah, but
decade or
there's only
two.
so much, and I'm not trying to be too partisan here, but there's only so much somebody can do when they don't have complete control over the government, right? Like you're asking Trump to basically control the Fed, control the Congress, control everybody to do exactly
No,
how he wants.
Trump was telling the Fed, slash the rates more inflation, more growth.
Well, I think
So
his policy, and I don't.
absolute
You can
fail for Trump.
you can disagree with him on this, but I think his policy was we need to just outgrow the debt so that we can pay it off, and then we can deal with the inflation
Yeah,
crisis.
but that's impossible under a fiat system.
No, not necessarily. There's plenty of places that have done that. I mean, China. You should look at '90s China. That's exactly what they did. They just did we're going to outgrow the inflation problem. And now they're transitioning their economy towards a more, how do you say? I'm losing the word now. But China did something very. Japan did that in the '90s as well. So did Korea.
Yeah, personally,
Japan freaking sucks. Its economy, like
Yeah,
I don't
I
think it's a
think
good point.
actually inflate out of the fiat system because in the fiat system it's all about inflation.
So again, what do you want Trump to do in that regard? Like, what power does he have to remove us from the fiat system? He can't bring us back onto the gold standard. He has no power to do that.
Well, he can. Well, he can. The best thing he can do is to not increase the speed of inflation. I mean, that's my only thing.
It's a good point. Like, you can't
foreign-
expect Trump to be Ron Paul, but you also can expect him to not make it extremely worse.
Yeah, but this foreign stuff is just more pumping more money into the military-industrial complex, and it's just
I mean, there's like having the connections that I do to the military. I mean, what Pete Hegseth and Trump have done to the military is actually remarkably improved our ability to. I mean, the military-industrial complex is going to exist regardless. I mean, that just is that's a fact of life.
Right. I mean, again, I stopped, to be honest with you, like I stopped caring. It's like as long as he doesn't like bring us into a civil war, I'm happy at this point.
Well, my position on Trump has always been this: that listen, he's not backing all these LGBTQ cults from stealing your children and castrating them. That alone is enough for me to be like, listen, he's better than Biden, because under Biden, people were literally losing their children to CPS, so that their children could be castrated. Right? Under Biden, we everything that you could complain about Trump was worse under Biden. So anything that you can inflation, everything was worse under Biden, right?
I do have one critique though. I do have one critique.
What's up?
So this and this is Arrow, by the way, but I do have one critique. So in February 5th, he didn't continue the START treaty with. So we were in the START treaty with Russia for about 10 years. We had
the non-proliferation treaty. Is that what you're talking about?
The START treaty is basically like to stop another Cold War from happening. So there's no race to get a bunch of nuclear heads.
Yeah, the non-proliferation. Yeah.
Okay, so it was supposed to be for 20 years, but it had ended abruptly in 2020. They Trump renewed it with what's his name? Vladimir Putin for 5 years in 2021. And it ended recently in February, and he never went to go do the treat. Like he never renewed it again.
Yeah, but it's kind of. I'll tell you this much, and this is again just coming from my military background. None of that really matters.
The START treaty doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter, and here's why I'll explain to you. We have like Russia has developed weapons that are just as destructive, that don't meet the exact definition of a nuclear weapon or of these other natures, right? And frankly, again, the end of the day, Russia and America already have enough weapons where it's really meaningless. There's no more race to be had because both could literally wipe out the entire planet if they really wanted to, right? They could nuke every single major city. Both countries have enough nukes. They can hit every single major city, no problem. And so what else are they going to race for other than, maybe defensive weaponry? But now Russia has, for example, we have like Moab, but Russia has hypersonic missiles that are even faster, that can that are basically make anti-missile defense systems completely useless, right? We saw those new Russian weapons used in Ukraine recently that were like completely devastate people
The
without
phosphorus
even,
bombs.
not the phosphorus ones, that they were like, they were basically like they would hit and they would cause a huge like sonic boom and they would cause internal bleeding in people, and just like,
So to get this clear, so you're saying that the weapons that they have, they basically don't even need a nuclear weapon
well, no,
because they
they'll
can do
just,
the same damage.
they can do the same amount of damage with new conventional weaponry nowadays. So basically what the non-nuclear weapon treaties did was they said, okay, well, if we can't have nukes, then we'll just develop even more deadly weapons that are even more crazy. And we even saw this with Maduro's capture, right? Like the U.S. military basically unveiled a weapon system that was able to cause internal bleeding and people to basically collapse to the ground, and then they could just move through and just like shoot you in the head, right? Like, um, the idea that these anti-nuclear weapons treaties were actually going to stop them. And also, by the way, we were still developing new nuclear weapons technologies. We are still testing new nuclear weapons technologies. We are still developing new missile technologies that could carry those packages. We just did it in a lot more secretive a fashion. So like the treaty was just like for show, is for international purposes, so that these big boy countries like China, Russia, etc., can go to other smaller countries and say, no, 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 you don't get that, right? It's like, food for me, not for you. That's my position, at least. So.
Hey Nick, I want to talk to you about, like, as you said, like race and orthodoxy. What's that about? I thought you already addressed that.
We brushed on it at the very beginning, but I mean, my position is basically that race is an amorphous concept and that it's not useful, and that Ben Michael, or Ben Luigi, as some people know him, his position I don't think is very consistent, because he says the Russian Synod's position on race is that that it's okay to be nationalistic and even ethnically nationalistic towards your
Yeah,
um
Nicholai.
yeah.
So I've actually done a respond to it. Like, I didn't really call him out, but in that same article he's quoting, like chapter 4 says it tells you not to be xenophobic. So he's clearly just quote mining chapter 3.
Yeah.
No, chapter 2.
I understand what he's trying to say is that the principle of having ethno-nationalism is not necessarily condemned, but the problem is that what do you mean? So even within the Russian context, it doesn't work, because in Russia
Of
they
course
have tons of ethnicities that wouldn't actually meet that
Hundreds.
standard.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
have
well, the thing with him is like
Tuvins. They have just real quick. They have the Tuvins, the Yakuts, right? Are they ethnically Russian? And how do they play as a factor into this whole thing, right?
Yeah, so he actually has openly endorsed Patriot Front, which is, I don't know if you know what that is.
I'm vaguely
it's
familiar. They're the guys that wear khakis and polos and go around with signs and white masks, right?
Yeah, W. It's like I'm not gonna say it because you're not allowed to say it. It's like a WP group. So he what he's trying to do is he's trying to create this sect within Orthodoxy, and we're actually seeing this in our church, not my church, but our our neighbor churches. Because my church, again, I have a mission church. We don't have a building, so we're not getting a lot of converts. But the churches that are getting converts, like people who are coming to me, like in the brotherhood, they're saying we're seeing these issues where these people with this sort of ideologies are coming in, and they're actually like having issues with people at the parish because they go to people and they're telling people that they don't like the fact that they're Latinos at this parish, which is just, by the way, ridiculous.
Well, again, and here's
Um,
my thing is that, again, from an American context, up until the 1970s, Latinos were just considered white. So again, what is your delineating factor for white? Ben Franklin had a very, very, very reductionist view of what is white, and so this is why I'm not a big fan of race as a concept in the first place. I think it actually does damage to people having protecting their own interests. But from an American context, it just doesn't, like, long term is not going to work, because America is not destined to be a white majority nation much longer. Unless white people magically start having 4 children per family on average, they're going to be replaced ethnically within the next 20 years.
Yeah, again, like I personally don't really have an interest in this debate because usually I just say my race get along with white people. So like I don't really care. And it's like I grew up in Dana Point, California. So this is like when I went to school, there was like I was the 4 Asian person who was in like a pretty much majority all white school. Like everybody got
What type
along.
of Asian?
What?
What type of Asian? You
East
said
Asian. But like
what type
there's
of East Asian?
what do you mean?
Like a good kind or like
What's a bad kind?
Awkward.
you, I don't want to have to say Korean, but
Oh,
Nicholai, thoughts? Nicholai, thoughts? Thoughts,
Yeah.
Nicholai?
No, I'm teasing. I'm fine. It's always funny because East Asians, man, they're so funny with each other, dude. You'll never meet an East Asian that doesn't like another East Asian more than other East Asians. Like
yeah. But
Korean
what
versus
I'm
China,
saying is
China
like
versus Korea, Korea versus Japan. It's hilarious.
I don't.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah,
What?
I'm just saying I don't really care about this issue, but I do see like the problem with this stuff is that he is going to attract a lot of tiny mustache worshippers, and then it's already happening, and because we're such a small population, them creating because I spoke to a lot of these people, and they're openly promoting this sort of stuff, and I asked them, are you talking to your spiritual father about this stuff? And they're like, no, we're not. I'm not talking to my spiritual father about this. As I asked them, why not? I mean, you should, if you truly believe this is compatible with Orthodoxy, you should talk to your spiritual father. And then they're openly, defiant to that idea. Which again, that's up to them to decide what they want to do. My concern is that they're going to create this bubble or this sect within our faith that's eventually going to escalate either into something that needs to be
Well,
addressed
again, what is like he keeps on using the term like heritage American or American Orthodoxy. Okay, but like in the modern 2026 context, what is an American?
the problem with Ben Luigi and most people like that is that they're bringing in their previously constructed racial notions they got from Twitter. Because let's be honest, they got this from Twitter. They collected it from Twitter. They saw all the Talmud quotes, dude, and then they're trying to make it compatible with Orthodoxy instead of picking up the racial framework Orthodoxy already has. Romanides already had a framework of spiritual racism that I'm a strong believer in. But when they try to artificially put like Hitlerite,
Well,
Talmud
neo-Darwinian.
quote, like
The
yeah,
pagan
that
version.
that
Yeah,
too.
the
The
pagan
whole
stuff.
the
Nikolai.
whole like the genetic racial like measuring African skulls aspect is not what race is in Orthodoxy. So that's a really big problem that they try to do. Like this
Yeah, I get it. That's
evolutionary
like a
view.
problem for them. But my problem is, again, I don't really have much to take in this debate. But my problem is that could potentially be used as a infiltration point to, for
Yeah, from
either the deep
fans.
state. Yeah,
Yeah.
either for the deep state to do a number on us, or
I mean,
you know,
there's certainly
the other
some
stuff.
truth to that, and I totally understand your concern there. My biggest concern, how do I say this? My biggest concern is less with my concern is not that there aren't people who have those political persuasions that they need orthodoxy, right? And I'm not even saying that there aren't legitimate concerns that they bring up. The problem is that they seem to think that they want to seek an ability to justify it outside of the Orthodox context. And so as a result, it's gonna feed into that. So I would debate Ben on this, in that I don't think that he's being one, for my entire argument would come down to this: you're not being politically pragmatic. Two, um, the the definitions themselves are so loose and amorphous that they're completely useless in the modern American context. In the modern American context, none of that matters. You're not going. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to convince a majority of normie Americans to suddenly recapture, like this, like have racial consciousness in the sense that, you know,
You're
as
cut off, Nicholai.
I'm sorry, as Photian Schismatic said earlier, you know, it you're not going to get Americans in a broad sweeping fashion to adopt this sort of pseudo
Scientific racism.
yeah, you're not going to get them to adopt
people aren't going to be
neo-Darwin.
measuring African skulls.
Yeah, exactly.
Normies
Yeah,
aren't going to be
Darwinianism.
measuring African
Yeah.
skulls with calipers.
Yeah.
That's not going to ever happen.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, the idea.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nicholai. Sorry.
No, it's just like the neo-Darwinianism is a retarded scientific theory, even if you don't, even if you're not a like creationist or whatever, right? Even if you're a race, what do you call it? You know, what are the people that believe in race equity or whatever? Like, even if you're not one of those people, I don't even know what they're called, but like, you're like neo-Darwinianism and Darwinianism, just broadly speaking, is a retarded theory in the first place. It's like, oh, I'm gonna like Photian was saying, I'm gonna measure the skulls and I'm going to do DNA map tracking using 23andMe. But also don't but wait real quick. But don't trust 23andMe because it's controlled by the Jews, right? Like, so it's like there's no winning with this. It's like it's a never-ending like shitstorm. But anyways,
What
guys,
if
continue.
we just measure the crime statistics?
So I was gonna say it's actually pagan because look, in India, they actually do that where the darker you are, you're like a street sweeper, you're like a janitor, or you're like you're trash. You have the terrible job.
Yeah, it's the caste system, yeah.
And then if you're white, you're like the top, you're the head honcho, you're top of the crowd, you're the CEO, you're the king, so this actually like a pagan ideology, to be honest. It's actually anti-Christian to even hold that view. Pagans like Hindus have that type of view anyway, so that's not even a Christian view.
Yeah,
not gonna lie, I do admire the way Hindus have like arrays of like what each mixture of castes is called. They have a name for like all 24 of them.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
It's like a never ending. And here's the thing, that's only for people in like a certain like subcategory of Indians, because like how do you even like categorize like people from Nagaland, or I don't even know what you call them, but the people from Nagaland are like more Southeast Asian than they are Indian. Like they're not South Asian. Like in terms of like just their like genetic makeup, they're not even really closely related. So it's like India is just such a shit show because of how they do this. Like that entire religion has done irreparable damage to their like social fabric in that country.
Yes,
it's part of the reason why they can't. It's part of the reason why they can't build roads without like a certain subcategory of people like tearing it up for their own purposes. You know what I mean? Like people seem to think like all of India, because I have buddies that go to visit India regularly. There are some really nice areas of India. The problem is that like you have like this entire subcategory of people that are like, a good way to make food is rub it on my sweaty belly so that I can make like this slop. And so it's like it's a total this is what happens when you adopt this kind of neo-Darwinian kind of what Photian was talking about, this like let's measure the skulls, and like this this guy's tone is slightly darker than everybody else's.
It's arbitrary.
It's it's very arbitrary, which is exactly the problem I have with like, okay, are Iranians white?
Right.
No.
What passes for white? Because
Muslim.
Muhammad, from the prophet of Islam, Muhammad, in the Quran, no, not the Quran, in the Hadith, the authentic Hadith, it says if you say that Muhammad is black, you shall be killed. It was actually, he was described as a white man with very pale skin.
Yeah.
So
red hair.
What about Georgians?
Exactly.
Are Georgians or Armenians? And I mean, not Armenians as in the theology. Are Armenians? Are they white?
Yeah,
I would go off of Benjamin Franklin's calculations of white.
See, well, that's the point, is that some people would include Italians, and then other people won't include
Whoa.
Italians. Some people will
Yep.
include Greeks, and then other people won't. It's like, for me, that's
Yep.
what's so frustrating even talking to these guys, because whenever I talk to them, every single one of them has a different like standard, right, for what is
passes.
and what passes and stuff. And by the way, this is like, I have the same principle. Like, when someone says just black, I go, well, which black? Because I can tell you this much: an Ethiopian and a Ugandan are very different than a Ghanan, right? Like, or a
I think
Nigerian.
And it's not
the-
even just that, but it's a lot of people in South America that are darker than me, and I'm actually black. There's a lot of people in South America like
What kind of
actually
black?
black.
I'm just kidding.
Right, like so it's like the whole race thing, and that's why Hebrew Israelite cult is so stupid, because they can't even tell you who's an Israelite, because obviously they believe that black people are the true Israelites.
Yeah,
They
but which
can't even
black?
tell you exactly who's the, because they'll, you know what they tell you? They tell you, well, Africans don't count. Wait, how? What? How
They
do they
didn't
not
go
count?
over the slave ships.
Like what? Like literally they came over here from Africa. Like, so, and you always talk about 1619. So how do they not count? I don't
Well,
understand.
here's
Israelite
my
is oppression plus.
well, here's my
Yeah,
thing
it's
with the
retarded.
here's my thing with the whole, again, with the race thing, is that it just seems complete for me. It just seems completely too arbitrary to ever like consistently be applied. And so for me, this is why I prefer, my position has always been, I think ethnicity is a far better way to delineate groups of people, but I don't think it is the ultimate way that we should be categorizing people, generally speaking. I think first and foremost you have to look, do these people have an orthodox cultural backdrop? That is the first thing that's most important.
Exactly.
Um,
I'm more of a fan of the concept of the tribe, which is your co-religionist. You know, you start there and then you kind of move out.
there's some that's fair, that it's fair to say that as well. But I would even go further. It's like, Canaanites, by all objective measures, were very closely related to the Israeli people, right? Like the people of Israel. But the
The
Canaanites were
ancient people of
clearly
Israel, not the ones from Poland that live
yeah,
there now.
the Canaanites were clearly uh dysfunctional society, because the religion had actually, in my opinion, over generations impacted them genetically. Like, I believe, and this is where
This is who's the guy? This is Kevin McDonald's basic thesis in Culture of Critique. Is that the way they behave over time
actually
reinforced a pattern of behavior.
Which is why I believe certain cultures are actually this is why the concept of baptizing your culture in the church actually, like, I actually believe that your culture can be baptized in the church and reach its highest potential. Do I believe every culture is going to reflect that potential in the same way? No, because I'm not retarded. I'm not a blank slatist, right? I don't believe in
Right.
I can't speak to
That's
that.
a tongue
Blank
twister, ain't it?
slate theory. I don't believe in blank slate theory, but I do believe that every culture is capable of producing, within, to a certain degree, some level of prosperity and functionality, civilizational functionality. But it has to be done so within the spiritual purview of the church, being baptized in the church, because it's going to baptize your culture. And by baptizing your culture over generations, it doesn't need to be like 100 generations. It could be probably a shorter period of time than people probably think.
Yeah.
It will become a better people over time. This is what we see with the Germans. And one of the examples I use historically is, look at the Germanic barbarian tribes. The Romans thought that they were so ass backwards they were incapable of civilization. And then, within how many generations did it take before the Germans are now producing Bach and these other these other engineers and great scientists and things of that nature. So I think that there is a level of civilizational development that happens when people are baptized in the church.
Yeah, it starts with the church, though.
But I also
To
think
be
I do want
most
to
precise here,
go ahead, Fotian. What were you saying, Fotian?
to be most precise here, it's not specifically culture, as if how people dance or what kind of food people makes is what affects how they act. It really has to do more with the spirit of a nation. because this talk merely about race or merely about ethnicity doesn't provide the level of depth of analysis you need, because nations have spirits over them, like we know from the
Correct.
Bible. There's
Yes.
70 nations with 70 spirits over them. So you have to, in addition to the mere ethnic aspect, also look at the spiritual aspect and the regionalistic aspect, so the aspect of earth. So that's not saying blood and soil, obviously, but like there has to be a spiritual aspect to comparing and weighing nations. And a lot of people call that spiritual aspect culture. I think that's a little bit imprecise because it's
Probably
also really
reductive, yeah. I mean,
deeply
that's fair.
religious. It's deeply religious ultimately. How a people can be redeemed or condemned or degenerated by the spirit that looms over them. Because think about how particularly vile the spirit is over India and how
Yeah.
that can contribute to their wider degeneration.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
Yeah,
certainly
what did
I'm
what did
just
Elder
their whole
Athanasio say?
ethos
They're
that you can like if you're ripping someone off, it's the person being ripped off that is at fault. Like
that's
that's such
a
an anti-Christian ethos. It's like
yeah,
even
it's
the most
literally a
like
dark spirit over them to have that kind
yeah
of idea. Yeah.
like the
But
most just normie evangelical society wouldn't think that way.
Yeah.
Nick, I gotta go, but I'll just finish with these 2 points, I guess. Like one, it's like I don't think even nationalism in the modern sense is compatible with orthodoxy because it's post Enlightenment, and people who subscribe to this quote Christian nationalist idea, really it necessitates them to put the nation above the religion.
well, no,
Okay,
you got to think about, for example, Saint Dumitru Stăniloae. He was a really big nationalist, and he's actually most well known in Romania for his writings on nationalism. And there's a lot of Romanian recently canonized saints who say that nationalism is a virtue. I believe one even said anti-nationalism is a sin. And
well,
so
what do you mean by
you
nationalism?
can't exclusively relegate ideas of the nation to being post-enlightenment, because of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
ideas of the nation
There-
are found in scripture,
It's a
Fine, but
balance.
Byzantine
let me finish.
saints,
Let me
and
finish.
certainly in Saint Dumitru Stăniloae.
Let
Yeah.
him finish though. Let him get the sentence
What I'm
out.
saying. It's post Enlightenment in a way that one they almost believe that civil life and religious life are two different things, and they also believe that it's not the nation that's submitting under the religion, it's instead the nation above the religion and using the religion as a tool to achieve what is good for the nation. So I would disagree with that. So I don't think any sort of nationalism defined that way it's going to work. I'm always like a monarchist and an imperialist, so that's just my stance on it. And again, I'm going to address this his points again. I don't think this is going to help, especially like the Orthodox community in the United States is very mixed, right? You have like a lot of people from the Middle East and stuff.
Inevitably,
And
yes.
yeah, so like eventually he's going to actually go in conflict with these people who are, I don't know if he considered them brothers or not.
I'm sure he does.
I'm not here to judge his heart or anything, but I'm just saying what he's pushing is going to eventually escalate to that. And
yeah, Nick Fuentes style, and I don't think he advocates for this, but it could easily spin into a Nick Fuentes style Groyperism, where it's just this kind of like vague, like Platonic ideas that like we hold to this post-enlightenment idea of the nation. I hold to a pre-enlightenment idea of nationhood. But I'm ultimately, ultimately, I'm a monarchist because I think monarchy and monarchism, or symphonia and harmonia between the church and the state, are the Orthodox or Christian, the correct Christian understandings of how the state and the church need to operate. And I think that that's the biggest problem is that when Saint Dumitru Stăniloae talks about nation, and I've only read a few of his writings on nation and things like that, and I've only like heard a couple people talk about it, but I would suspect, so this is not coming from me, my own analysis, but I would suspect based on what people have told me about it, is that when he's talking about Romanian nationalism, because he's a Romanian, right? He's probably already presupposing that Romania is foundationally and fundamentally an Orthodox people and nation, right? So he's
He
already
is, because that's what the Iron Guard was founded on.
Yeah, so they're already like undergirding and presupposing those assumptions in their very like DNA. So they're assuming that when you're talking about nationalism, you're already presupposing the religious aspect from the very beginning. So that's what I suspect, is that they don't have a neo-Darwinian, post-Enlightenment view of the nation, the race, or people, insofar as
And
that.
specifically, what they were doing, especially the Legionnaires, at how they were started, it was against the Soviets, because
Yeah, it was
they really had
anti-Bolshevism. Yeah.
And I don't know if you know Father Allen. He's a very famous Romanian priest in the States, and he has, started many Romanian parishes here. I went to him and I specifically asked him about this issue, and he is totally aware of the Legionnaires, because many of them came to the United States, and he was their pastor, and the pastor, also the pastor of their sons, and they're not evil people. And he's read through the guy's, what's his name, Cordianu, his writings, and he said that the writings in the beginning had no issues, and that's exactly his position. But unfortunately, a lot of them did become criminals. That's another story. But he was like, he understood that, like, why this is being like, partially why this is being revived within like a lot of young people on Twitter, is because really seriously they just want to do the salute and just want to say they want an excuse to say it's Orthodox. So, but again,
I don't think the Legionnaires would have been big fans of the Third Reich, frankly.
Of course not.
So,
of course not. But the people who are reading into that maybe are. That's the point. So, I gotta go. Great talking to you guys.
God bless you
guys.
God bless, brother.
By the way, I just want to quickly shout out to the chat on YouTube side. Thank you guys for those who have super chatted and gifted. It's much appreciated. Anything that you guys do give is always, I don't deserve it, but you guys are very generous nonetheless. So thank you, and everyone who's engaging on the YouTube side of things. I am reading your comments, so if you have things to say, or questions to ask or anything like that, definitely don't be quiet about it. As for this topic, since we're back on the race and orthodoxy topic, again, my problem is then if orthodoxy is meant to be understood in this way, then it kind of undermines the previous Orthodox practice of of being under the empire, because the empire was not like a nation in the modern sense of a nation state. So even Russia, even the Russian Federation today, is not the same thing as a ethnic nation state. There are plenty of Russian people who would be ethnic minorities. Again, just some of the examples being the Tuvan and the Yakuts, right? So you have to, your worldview has to be able to account for those things. And if you can't account for those, then you have to explain to me how the Yakuts and the Yukuts, or the Tuvan, can be included in your sense of nationalism for the Russian people, right? Anyone can chime in.
So,
I
I got a point on that one real quick. The Russian Empire, it was exclusively, very much so, about the Muscovite culture. They really oppressed the Kazani cultures, the Novgorodi cultures. There's like minor stuff that kind of goes through these cultures, but it's really the Muscovite culture that's pushed. And even if you go into the Roman Empire, it's only really the Greek and the Latin culture that's pushed. Even reading like St. Augustine, him talking about the fights between the Nubians and the Latins. And there's Orthodox cultures that are pushed inside of these empires that are accepted, and the other ones are oppressed. Like, that is
No, and
not
that's
outside of
true.
Russia.
I would say this is why when you talk to your average Tuvan or your average Yakutsk person in Russia, they don't say I'm Yakutsk Russian. They identify first with the broader Russian. They say I'm Russian Yakut, so I'm Russian Tuvan, right? Like the Russian comes first in the way that they speak about themselves. Typically, when I ask them, because I've met Russian Uzbekistanis, Russian Kazakhstanis, Russian Tuvans and Russian Yakutsk people in my parishes, and they almost always, when I say, "Oh, what are you ethnically?" They'll be like, "Oh, I'm Russian." They always just kind of identify with Russian first and foremost. So I'm not disagreeing with that as a concept. That there is a broader, more centralized and uh, um, overarching cultural milieu that they kind of adopt. So I agree with you there. But that would undermine this idea of race and orthodoxy, because if a Tuvan can be Russian, right? Well, that undermines the idea of a ethnic nationalist kind of proposition that Luigi is trying to push with his interpretation of the Russian Synod's proclamation, which what we covered earlier.
The nuanced position would be those who don't adapt, like applying this to America, of course. Those who don't adapt to the American culture are un-American. And there are certain cultures inside of America that are Christian, if I would say. And they,
You like it really
I think
bad, brother.
Yeah. North
sorry,
Texan, you'll have to reconnect or get a better connection real quick, because we can't hear you, brother.
Just to
I'm driving home.
back up on what he said. I mean, this is why when I'll be the civic nationalist cuck for a minute. When civic nationalism worked in America, it's because we forced assimilation. The people in the Orthodox sphere in America will complain about, how, quote unquote liberal certain jurisdictions got. But a lot of that was because at one point in time, America kind of forced you to assimilate or else. And when we stopped doing that after the Hart and Cellar Act, that's where all of these problems came from.
I think the last chance for America to have a coherent, broader kind of cultural milieu that they forced on everyone else was actually just prior to World War One. I think World War One and World War Two kind of ended the ability for the Americans to associate themselves with a single identity group. Because if you read the writings of people that visited America from, let's say, post Civil War to even maybe a little bit pre Civil War, but let's say 1840s to 1830s to 1840s to, let's say, the 1910s, people would come to America and they would write about their experience traveling through America, and they would say there is a broad American culture that all Americans kind of have this common Americanness to them, even if they speak slightly differently, even if they have slightly different customs. For the most part, you would immediately know who is American, especially when you went to the major cities. And so and each of the major cities had their own distinct little flavor, but it was generally American. What we see is that after World War One and World War Two, there's this kind of destruction of this idea of Americana. The Americana died with those two conflicts, and that's what I would say was the real problem that kind of caused
Well,
these
I think
issues.
especially in the 60s, because especially you see this, that's why like earlier when you said what type of black, I'm a big fan of using the term Negro again because it meant something. It meant a uniquely American black who had some amount of white admixture. Um, it was, like whoever was saying, there's South Americans darker than him. Yeah, well, if you're an American black, yeah, that's highly possible. Um, but we used to have this kind of general American sense, and then in the 60s with all the
Yeah.
just the insanity is really just when it went off the cliff.
Well,
And
yeah,
then,
and we even see this
assimilating
within
any immigrants became hate.
Yes.
Assimilating anybody became, genocide, cultural genocide to assimilate.
Well, we see
people.
this with American black culture up until the 1950s had seen numerous strides and improvements in their own communities, even during the time of segregation and stuff like that. So it's clear that it's clear to me that the broader American culture was still prevalent enough post World War II to kind of still exert itself, but it was already fading. And then the 1960s comes around and it completely undermines the ability for all these different groups. So that's what I would say, is that it's pretty clear that that's what happened. I think unbiased historical analysis of that shows that to be the case, which is what makes the current and again, I'm not black, so I don't really care too much about this. I don't even talk about it that much, but that's what makes it so tragic to see the current state of Black Americans, specifically Black Americans, not talking about immigrants, like not the Somalis or anything like that. It's the state of Black America is just so tragic, precisely because if you just even 50, 60 years ago, 70 or longer than that now, like 80 years ago, um, they were still very functional, right? And we're
They're
seeing
very
improvements.
functional, but it's very Fed run. That whole thug culture, and first of all, we all know about, like, in the 80s, the CIA going to the hood and giving black people cocaine, and everybody knows about that. But the whole thug culture is from the FBI, from the CIA, and it was purposeful to
And by the
ruin.
way,
Go ahead.
yeah, just to add to what you're saying, by the way, it also like that thug culture didn't just influence Black America. It's very badly influenced all aspects of America because
Yeah, so I was talking to Jay Dyer about that. I was talking to Jay Dyer. I had called in like 2 months ago, and I was talking to him about Islam, and because where I'm at, there's a lot of Muslims. For some reason, no clue why, but it's a lot of Muslims, a lot of Black Muslims, right? And meanwhile, I was talking. I'm like, okay, I don't understand why Dow was dying. So how is it all these Black converts? How is it that we have mosques? How is it all of this going on? And I asked them the question, do you think they use one race to get to other races? So they'll use Black people to get to Mexicans, to get to white people, to get to Asians. I think they did that with Black people to turn degeneracy to every culture.
well, yeah,
Because
rap music, and thug culture and ghetto culture has made like
not even just that, but abortion. Not
well,
even
that's
just
huge too,
that,
yeah.
but yeah, abortion. And now everybody is on abortion. Everybody trying to do abortion. When that hit I believe that it hit our culture first. I believe Margaret Sanger put that on Black people first in the 60s. And then from the 60s on, it spread to white people, Hispanics, it spread to everybody else. So I think we just got the short end of the stick from the
Well, I mean,
feds and
to a degree,
CIA.
there's still going to be, and we talked about this earlier, there's still spirits over peoples and over nations. And
Of course.
so certain sins are going to affect certain groups of people more than others, right? So some groups of people
Yeah.
might steal or lie more often than, say, other groups who might do more of another type of crime, right? That's true, but it's still the standard. If a culture is going to hold us a consistent standard across the board, you're going to see improvements regardless, even if there's still a small disproportionate number that do commit certain types of crimes. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think people that it's people that want to like pretend races are neutral and like blank slates, those are the problem, right? Because then you have this whiplash effect where you have people that say, wow, race is just this blank slate that has no impact at all. Genetics have no meaning. Well, that's not true
Nah,
either.
that's
So
false. Yeah, that's
we
false.
have to have a balanced view of these things, and I think that's really important. Joseph Eggs, what's up, brother?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to add too, like with the thug culture thing, not just the thug culture stuff with the Black community, but just the thug culture in general. The Italian mafia has an occultic practice of burning saints. And we actually know about this ceremony from an infiltration that happened in my hometown, like a decade before I was born. So this is an occult practice that even goes back to Freemasonry and stuff like that. So there is a spirit about that kind of mob ghetto kind of mentality that has infiltrated, because the church is supposed to prop up society, not destroy it, right? But the occult destroys those things.
Yeah. Elkia do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, well, going back to like your point about the empire, I would say like the empire actually helps to preserve national identities because it serves as like an overarching like stabilization where you don't have just like constant pagan wars going on between nations, but that people actually within their locality are free to express their own cultures because those things weren't eliminated under the empire. So like a Tuvan Russian is still Tuvan. Their ethnic identity is not eliminated by the fact that Russia is the overarching government or like national identity. They still have that. They still retain that ethnic culture, local identity. So I
Well,
don't know.
there's truth to that, and then I would say I would agree with you on that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that people who are trying to replicate this sort of like strict ethnic nationalist ideal in America, I feel are losing the plot because again, one that requires a very very specific definition of what is a heritage American, right? And then the other question is uh, what exactly do you want to do about the fact that you are going to be that America, if your view is like, okay, white, okay, let's just say white, and you define it as anyone from Europe, okay, fine. White European descendants in America are going to be a minority in the country within 20 years. So unless you have a plan to be able to reverse that completely within 20 years, you're already fighting a losing battle by definition. So you need to have a definition and an understanding of the state and how the nation is going to function as a cohesive unit that isn't tied to specifically to a specific ethnic understanding of race, like let's say pan-Europeanism, right? That's what I'm saying from an American context, is that if your definition is already doomed to fail in the next 20 years, then what use is it as a political ideology, right? That's my position.
So the definition's only doomed to fail because we have allowed it to fail. If you go back 50 years ago,
yeah,
white
but
was never projected to be the minority in America.
Yes, but politics is in history though, Texan. Politics is in history. It's what can we do now?
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. What we can do now is close the borders completely, have no more new migrants at all. We're full. We're good.
No, yeah, I agree. That's a good first step. I'm saying, but even from a birth rate demographic issue, it's still not looking good, right? Like, I'm saying, even if you close the borders,
you have to incentivize people to have kids.
Yeah, like, but how do you do that? So here's the question. I
have a bunch of thoughts. I have a bunch of thoughts on how you can incentivize people to have kids. One of them is incentivize.
But how do you? The question, Texan, is how do you incentivize the right people to have kids? Because you don't, because if you incentivize everyone to have kids, then the people that already have 6 kids on average are going to have 10 kids on average, right?
The Muslims, exactly. The Muslims, yeah.
Hypothetically, I want to kick out all the Muslims and all.
But how do you do that pragmatically?
After that,
well, how do you do that pragmatically in the next 20 years? You have 20 years, so we have a 20-year window. How do you kick out all the Muslims?
Ataturk, who did that to the Armenians?
Yes, but Ataturk was able to do that in a culture where he had complete dominance and he had the ability to do that and assert that on a political scale. Where is our Ataturk in America? You don't have one. So you have 20 years to find what?
What I'm arguing is that you're saying it's unfeasible for these things to happen. You're saying it's absolutely infeasible for these things to happen. I'm saying there is a feasible world. We can go, hey, all these people that came in a generation ago, you're going home. You're going home, back to wherever you came from. Sorry.
How do you
y'all didn't?
How do you run a political so right now the current political reality is you have to run for office, you have to get into elected office as a president, and then you have to implement your policies. What politician that exists today within the next 20 years do you foresee being able to convince a majority of Americans who, by the way, 40% of Americans are already non-white, And then you have
Mhm.
60%,
And a lot of them Muslim too.
and a lot of Muslims, and then you have 60% of white Americans. But of the 60% of white Americans, at least 20% of those are libtards. So how are you going to
I
convince
get that.
a majority? That's what I'm saying is pragmatically, how do we
So
convince these
I
people to go along with that? Hey, we're going to be kicking out people
it's
that,
not about
yeah,
convincing. So let me ask you this question, right? And I'm going to pose it to your world. You're a
sure.
monarchist, right?
I'm
You
a
want
monarchist.
America to be a monarchy, right?
Well, I mean, I don't believe that's
It's not
pragmatically
going to happen in this
possible.
lifetime.
Not in my lifetime.
So you want America to be a monarchy. That will never get voted in. That will
Yeah,
never get voted in, ever. It's never a possibility for that to get voted in.
correct. So my
So
position
how do we
is
how do
that
we
you work
influence that?
within the pragmatic like reality that you have to implement
Mhm.
monarchical policies over time. But the thing is, a monarchy is not a race neutral, like it's not a race
I'm,
specific homogenous like
I'm
thing
taking
per se.
I was taking that as a separate argument, right? Because
Yeah.
again, I'm going to pose you another question. In 1755, was it pragmatic and realistic for them to vote their way out of being a part of the British Empire?
Are you talking about 7076?
I'm talking before that.
Oh, when they
I'm talking 20 years before that.
well, actually, a majority of Americans did not want to leave the British Empire, and a
Uh-huh.
majority of them were monarchist up
Yeah,
until even the end of the
that's
war.
I get that. So again, everything you told me that was impossible and improbable and we were a minority, it already happened.
So
Right? It
wait,
already happened
so
in 1756.
so what you're saying is that you're going to get 20%. You're going to racially awaken 20% of, let's say, white American youth to go into a civil war
I'm
with
not
the rest of the
100% racist.
country.
I'm a realistic person.
Well,
I'm not
so
100% racist. Like I'm a realistic person. But I'm saying the people that have came in here 2 generations ago, you're not American. The guys that have been here like on the slave
I
ship, yeah,
might
those guys are American.
by the
Those
way,
black
I
guys,
might
North
agree with
America, they're
you on all
Americans.
of that. I might agree with you, but I'm asking, how are we pragmatically going to remove these people? Now,
You can't.
I think there's ways that you
Oh
can get
no,
rid
no,
of
no!
the
All you have to do is shut down immigration. That's it.
well, I think
Yeah, but that would stop it. That's not
so
booting them
that would
out.
stem the bleeding, but
Yes, it is.
it wouldn't stop the demographic replacement because you have
Yes, it would. Yes, it
Muslims
would.
that outbreed. White people aren't having replacement rate birth rates, dude.
Yeah, but this
You
country is
incentivize
not.
that.
Okay, but this country is fundamentally not Muslim. None of the laws, none of the
Do
history,
you
none of
It's
the
not
understand that there's
Christian
culture.
either.
Muslims? There's Muslims in the House of
Yes, we are
Representatives
fundamentally
right
Christian.
now as we talk. And they're
Yeah,
literally
but
from
that.
Saudi Arabia right now in the House of Representatives. They're Muslim. Like they're not going to
Kick them out.
go with kicking them out, bro. They're literally Muslims from Saudi Arabia.
That I know, but that does not matter.
Okay, so you have
I'm
It
20
telling
does
years.
you,
matter because
So
nobody's
it doesn't.
voting.
Elk, Texan. Again, this just comes back down to pragmatism. What is your guys' political solution to
All you
removing
have
these
to
people?
do, all you have to do, is shut down immigration. Okay, and you nationalize. You do the same thing that's always been done. You just force people to assimilate into an American culture. That's what's always been done.
Okay, so
As soon as
I'm
you
fine
do
with
that,
that.
people who don't want to lose their identity, because these Muslim people and these third world countries and all these other places that do not have an American identity, as soon as that they're forced to obtain that identity, they leave or they just become something else.
I would
That's
so
not
They
so
true. They
isolate.
do not leave.
so
That's cap.
well, there's some truth to that.
Well, it's happened before.
I
That's
do
what I'm
think
saying.
that
We did
people
this in
will
the
leave.
20s.
But the
We did
question,
this in the 20s. Like we forced the assimilation. It was assimilate or leave.
well, there's
This has
true.
And
been
these
done
people,
before.
these aren't people like, okay, the people that assimilate are people that actually care about American values. They contribute to the society. The people that do not want to assimilate, and that's the kind of immigration that we have now. These people don't speak English. They don't care about anything regarding the United States.
Okay,
They want to change the culture
I
basically
want to.
around them,
I
or they
don't.
want to bring in their
Your guys are
country's
all.
culture.
You guys have all valid points that you're bringing up. The one thing that I'm trying to hammer home, you got 20 years to do this before white people are a minority in the country. Then you're never getting it passed. And then it's a toss up in the air. Even if you want to go the civil war route, it's a toss up in the air if you'll even win, because again, you're not even getting you're going to be lucky if you get even 50% of white people to agree with you, right? Because white people are in America, white, whatever that means, is completely deraciated. So again,
And then all the liberals too.
and
Yep.
some of them are liberal and actually agree with the destruction of what quote unquote whiteness, whatever the hell that means. So my argument has always been, what is the pragmatic solution to this thing? And so my solution has always been, okay, you shut down the borders to the best of your ability. You put in policies in place that incentivize certain types of behaviors. You crack down on crime. You do all these things. You cut down on fraud and waste and abuse. You get the people that shouldn't be here out. Okay, you've stemmed the bleeding and you've caused us to meet a certain equilibrium point. Okay, that's fine, but you got 20 years to do it. So radical, you need to convince the normies to side on your position. So when you go out and you start saying, we're going to kick out all the Muslims, or we're going to kick out all these groups of people and all those groups of people, optically, you're not going to get the average normie to jump on board. So
no,
what
you
is
can easily optically get them to jump on board if you point out that their culture is opposed to what they fundamentally believe in. All those normies believe trans and gay shit. That's fine. They can believe that.
What culture? And this
okay, then that means that they're not going to go with what you're saying. If you admit that, that means they're not going to go with
what is Islam? Is Islam very pro-gay and trans?
Yes. What?
Yes, they are,
Muhammad
dude.
used to cross-dress.
Dude, they're some of the biggest. Dude, the Muslims are some of the biggest.
They killed those guys in the Middle East.
Not anymore.
Dude, no,
have you heard of
Bachi?
They haven't done that in 15 years, dude. Listen, the Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states, they all fund. Dude, they all fund that stuff now.
So watch
and they
this.
all support it in the UK.
Have you were Orthodox, and have you heard of Bachi boys in Iraq?
No,
it's Afghanistan.
So they're basically little boys that dress up as girls, and all the Muslims pay them, or sometimes they don't even pay them, to dance, and then they have sex with the little boys. They underage. That's that's going on right now in Iraq.
We'll keep this PG, guys. We'll keep this PG. But the point is that what I'm trying to make is that the Muslims understand political pragmatism better than a lot of the people here, because what the Muslims will do is they'll say, yeah, I'll side with the LGBTQ people. We're all for you. And then one generation of Muslims later, they're all freaking libtards. Okay, they all go to their social, the thing is that what people don't I think what you guys are missing here is that from a political pragmatism standpoint, there's little that can be done without winning over the normies. So your rhetoric and your policies have to convince them. And so when we go to and say, I'm going to recreate my ethno-nationalist super state in America, that's not going to win over the normies. You're just not going to. You're not going to win over.
Are already anti-Israel, and that wasn't a case 10 years ago.
No, dude, a majority of Americans are still not anti-Israel, dude. A majority.
The only thing. Hold on. The only thing that. Wait, hold on. Real quick.
It's called X, dude. It's called X. They're not anti. They mean.
I said IRL.
Yeah, but
no. Hold on.
All right, hold on, dude. Hold on.
Quick.
Arrow, let me say this, because this is in real life. Your average normie doesn't want to see Israel destroyed off the face of the map like most the dissident right would right? Your average normie might say, I just don't want to be involved in Middle Eastern politics at best. That is not nearly to the radical solution that most people want. And again, you have a limited time frame. You have the clock is ticking right now. Every single day, more babies being born that are not American, birthright citizenship, the whole works. Chinese are literally buying surrogate mothers and giving their children citizenship as we speak. It's TikTok. Anyways, Babushka, what's up? You're raising your hand.
Yeah, hey. How about the West stops meddling in Middle East and build up their countries again? Maybe people will want to go back, and you pay them to go back. That sounds like maybe a good idea, no?
Well,
or maybe with Mexico, maybe stop all the drug cartels go in with guns blazing, fix up the government, fix the yeah, oh my god, I forgot the word.
The
Anyway,
corruption.
and maybe people will want to go back, because most people, you would think that, like, I talk to Ukrainian refugees, right? They don't like it in Norway. They don't like it here. It's a different culture. It's different food, different customs. They miss their own country. Most of them. One girl even went back now during war because she hated it here. I'm like, why? Isn't it war there? She's like, yeah, but I have a better job there. I have friends and family and food that I know of. And most people, in the West, we like to think, oh, our countries are so great. Our countries are so great. Everybody wants to come, especially the liberals. But the truth is, people don't like West that much. They're just forced to go in there, And
Well,
if we
there's some
stop
truth to
meddling in
that,
Middle
yeah.
East, if we stop meddling in Middle East, people will not come here. We're not that great, to be honest. And it's not about even greatness. It's about people want their own roots, their own land, their own home country, their own culture, and everything. So
But I
it's
think a
just,
lot of
we
the
don't need to
issue,
kill off people. We
a
don't
lot of
need
the
to kill
issue
off
is
people.
corruption, though. So once again,
But
we're
that's
mainly in
also
the middle.
pushed by the West.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly.
also pushed by the West.
No,
Yeah.
no,
So
no, no, no. The Middle East has been a corrupt shithole for centuries. I mean, look at the
No, I'm not talking about
Ottomans.
the Middle East being corrupt. I'm talking about us going to the Middle East. We usually only do it for weapons of mass destruction lies and say, oh yeah, WMD,
Or
and then come
Israel.
find out it's about oil, right? So that's just corruption. But
It wasn't about oil; it was about Israel.
no, it is about oil. The Iran war is about oil. You know that, right?
Every single war we've been in the Middle East has been Israel's goal, and we did it. We
So
did
it
the
had
job.
nothing to do with oil.
I got something here. So you have to give me just a second. You have to give me a minute for this one. When Zionism first came to conception, it was not primarily a political or even primarily ethnic. It was mostly, well, yeah, ethnic because Judaism and Kabbalistic leanings, but it really was primarily Kabbalistic, and it was the high elite rabbis who went back to Galilee, where in places called Sfed, where they all studied. So this was not a political movement. This was not a. It was ethnic in the sense of religious ethnicity. But the question has always been: is Judaism ethnic, or is it a ethnicity, or is it a religion? Is it a peoplehood? Is it both? And this whole discussion about like Muslims and the political stuff, and like it's a little bit of both, because if you look at the history of Judaism, you look at the history of Judaism. First, it came from the Middle East, then it went off into the Eastern Empire, and then it went into Italy, right? So many Italian rabbis, and then it went into Germany from Italy. So then that became Ashkenazi, and of course the Sephardim, the Spanish Jews. So it goes beyond, and then they also take converts, right? So there were many non Middle Eastern Jews who became the greatest Talmudic rabbis. They were non-Jews who became Jews, and that was the power structure. And those were the Kabbalists. The Kabbalists were actually converts. So the original Zionists were converted Jews, and so like this whole debate it's like it's kind of entwined. It's like it is, but it isn't political. It is, but it isn't ethnic. It is, but it isn't religious. It's kind of both. But it did become primarily primarily political when Judaism during the Bolshevik Revolution. They wanted to use Kabbalistic ideas to convince their fellow Jews, but they didn't want to be religious. And that's how it kind of became, Zionism became religious and political at the same time.
Can we go back to the topic of what Nicholai was trying to hammer home of how do we essentially with a government that already has Muslims and people from Saudi Arabia in the government already that take leadership roles, how are we going to convince the people to just suddenly kick out all the Muslims and all the brown people and get back to white America? I don't understand how we're going to do that. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
figure out.
I think Babushka has a good point that
What's
there is a percentage of people that will just return back to their home countries if those countries were to stabilize. But I do think that that's a little bit of a presupposition that's presupposing that all of those people even have a desire to return, because a lot of them are, again, deraciated. A lot of them, like 2 or 3 generations in, they don't have any, like, a lot of those youth have no meaningful connection to that place. Now, the first generation people, certainly, I agree, a lot of them would return. But I think second, third, and maybe like third and fourth specifically, I don't think a lot of those people have any interest in returning. So, um,
I think that's why you should incentivize it by paying out money to them and promising jobs and housing there. Like a lot of people will be actually open to it.
maybe, but I guess the
Especially
question is like, how do we make these countries that they want to return to give them housing and jobs and, you know, oh, you know what I mean?
Especially
Like,
if they're already corrupted. Yeah.
it's a
well, there's a lot of issues right there in the Middle East. How about we take away sanctions from people and stop stealing oil from them? Okay, that maybe that will fix up their economy. Libya was doing what good under Gaddafi. Well, we killed him off, and now what? Like they can
I don't buy
they
the
can have.
argument that I don't buy the argument that the people are waiting for the economy to get better, and then by what metric? A lot of places are better off than when people left from like the last 100 years, and I don't see people going back from any Western
Hey guys,
countries for the last
just
100
wanted to say
years.
I'm
So
muted right now in the space, but
Yeah,
I just wanted to say thanks
that's
to
why
basically
everyone
for
incentivizing.
economic,
inside of the
you would have, I don't know,
chat,
even this,
and anyone who's
because now
super
you're
chatted
trying to
and
incentivize
supported,
the second and
appreciated.
third generation
It
of
is much
people who grew up in
appreciated.
America. Like the average Muslim kid,
It's an
some of them are
interesting
religious to some
conversation,
extent,
and
but they're no different than the modern American
it's a lot of fun.
deracinated
So
Christian
we'll see
kids,
how it
right?
goes.
Like they might be Christian in name only, or oh, my dad was Christian, my mom was Christian, my grandfather was Christian, but it's just a very loose part of their identity. It's not something that they practice, right? So
You're underestimating propaganda.
Yeah, but again,
no, I think
Seriously.
you're
but
overestimating
Babushka,
propaganda
this
because
comes back
just real
up.
quick, like I think you're over. Just 1 second. I think you're overestimating propaganda because I don't see every person in America like telling their kids it's okay to be trans, right? It's like a very small percentage of like liberal white women who do that shit, right?
I don't think you can compare that to telling people that it's
I'm using that
better.
as an example.
Yeah,
Right, I'm
but
using
I
that as
don't
an
think it's a very good example of
right.
that.
But don't you think like I'm making a good? Don't you think I have a point in which you're saying
Yeah,
Damn,
I'm
bro, you
not
keep
saying
cooking
that
with
it's
because
gonna
the
cutting.
work
propaganda is very
100%. I'm not saying that it's gonna work with everybody.
right, but that's not the claim that I'm arguing against. Yeah, but that's not the point that I'm making here. I'm not even saying anything about how effective it will be. What I'm saying is that a lot of the kids who were born and raised in America or second, third generations, they grew up watching like WWE. They grew up watching football. Like they grew up doing the same shit American kids do. That's like trying to say, oh, we can like convert modern, millennials and Gen Z to Christianity. I just don't think there's a high chance of that.
Well, the second
Okay,
generation,
The generation
logistics,
after.
seeing the
logistics
second.
aside, can we all agree that it's fine and it's natural for people to desire their nation to exist and to prosper and to endure?
Yeah, the
Yeah, no
Zionists say
one's
that too.
disagreeing with that. I'm just saying
The
from
Zionists
American
say that too.
context. Yeah,
So you agree with the Zionists, and
Yeah, the
there's
Zionists say
nothing
that
wrong with
too.
being a Zionist. Exactly. Right. This is like, look, if you're going to be pro-nationalism, right, pro-nation state of, of like the English and the French, then you have to be okay with Zionism as well. And there's nothing wrong with Zionists being subversive in the West to make the nation state of Israel, right? To be consistent here. Otherwise,
I mean,
you're
because
saying
they say
some
the
forms
exact
of
same
nationalism
argument.
is okay,
why would I
don't care about
and
the
I don't
others
Middle East.
aren't, right? Yeah.
yeah, I don't need to be consistent at all.
I mean,
No.
it depends on
Why
which
would
You
I need
probably
to be
want to
consistent
rephrase
about
that.
that?
That sounded crazy. You want
What?
you want to
That's
rephrase that, bro.
inconsistent with your first statement, actually.
Who
Like, what the hell
cares
are you talking
about consistency? That's like the most autistic argument I've ever heard. Oh, be consistent
literally
and
made
support
the point.
Zionism if you care about your own people.
No, nobody said
exactly.
support Zionism. That's not what he said. He's
Okay,
saying
then what?
he was saying they make the same argument that you just said. That's what he was saying.
That's cool. They make the same argument. I don't.
No
live in
one
the Middle East,
cares.
and I don't care what it's like over there.
Okay, so by
but if
that
you don't
logic, the
believe
Zionist
that-
says
hold
he
on.
doesn't
If you
care,
don't
right?
believe- just one
Who
second.
cares?
Fine,
The
they can say
Zionists
whatever
are
they want.
Zionists are literal enemies.
don't
Who
believe
cares
that
what they
every group
think?
of
I don't care
people
how they
should be
justify
able to
what they
have
believe.
their own country,
That's-
their own sovereignty, their own nation, right? You don't believe that then. Your first
I
statement is
do. I
completely
do.
negated.
I do believe
No,
that.
you don't.
I do believe that.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I am-
You just can't
Yes, I
convince that
do.
now.
No, yeah.
Okay, do you realize that there's more
care about-
people in Palestine than just Jews?
I don't care about the Middle East.
But why do I care about Palestine?
Oh boy. Yeah, there goes the whole argument. What are you talking
Your
about?
first statement was that every group of people deserve to be able to maintain their state and their society, correct? That was
The
your
Jews
first
didn't
statement
have
you
one
put in.
until 1948.
Well, but they do
I don't know
now.
if you knew that.
But wait, the
Yeah,
argument is they
America
want to
didn't
make it
have
now,
one
though,
until
right?
1776. What's your point?
Yeah.
Like,
My point is that there's multiple people in that plot of land.
oh my god.
Yeah, but dude,
Oh my God.
we're
Oh
talking
my
about.
gosh.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. So the problem with your line,
history, honestly.
the problem with your line of argumentation is that if you don't have a consistent principle that you can apply across boundaries, then how are you going to convince people to actually hold to your position? Because, for
If it's
example,
incoherent. Yeah.
because for example,
No. I'm just
what is the
pointing out-
the
no,
limiting?
that's not my argument.
No,
That's not my
Joseph, I'm not
argument.
talking about you. I'm talking about the other guys. Is that if you don't care
Okay,
about like Zion, I'm not a big fan of Zionism either. I don't care. They make certain similar arguments. I think Zionism is more than just a nationalistic position, though. So that's where my
It's a
criticism comes in.
heresy. Right.
But that being said, why, like, in what principle do you not go around advocating for the Tuvan people to now have their own independence in their own nation state because they have to be
Or
allowed
the Sikh
to have?
separatists and the Southern Confederacy and
Does
every other
every
fucking
group
separatist
deserve its own
movement.
nation state? Is essentially what I'm asking.
Correct.
No, I'm
And
not saying
I'm against
every.
that.
I'm
I
not
don't-
saying every single ethnicity has to have their own nation state.
Okay, so then
That's
what is the
I don't
principle?
think
By
anyone
that
argues
logic,
that.
wait, hold on.
Look,
By that logic, that
if you
admission, you just destroyed the argument for white
negated
people.
his own argument.
Yeah, you
Correct.
just
No, I
destroyed
didn't.
white
Real
people.
quick.
No,
Yeah,
I
yes,
didn't.
you
I'm,
did.
Quick.
bro. Do you think that
This
people
is
are out
where-
here saying that there should be
my
one
God.
white nation and then it should be a universal, like, global
is not
white
an
nation?
ethnicity.
No.
But you're
White is
arguing
not
that
an
for
ethnicity.
America. That you don't understand that literally destroyed your argument. Because then I
I
can
didn't
ask
even
you.
argue that for America.
Okay, so what are you arguing
Look,
for
this is how
America?
you're able to be logically consistent here. The only way to be logically consistent is say, I care about my people, my country, my nation state, I guess, for liberal faggots. But from my perspective, like historically,
You gotta
got
chill
what
with the
you were able
language
to
here on
protect.
YouTube. You gotta chill with the language here on YouTube, bro.
Oh, I'm being recorded. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. All right. So look, the only way to be historically consistent is to say I only care about like the interests of my people. Fuck what everybody else does. But if they start fucking with us, we're gonna fuck them back. That is the only logical, consistent, conquering ideology you should be able to have, right? A defensive or a conquering. That's it. Everything else after that, if you add any conditions to that, you're setting yourself up for failure into the future, and then you're not having a logically consistent position. Okay? Anybody who says that every country in the world, every people deserve their own country is going to get to a point where every family, every clan, every tribe deserves their own country.
Yeah, this is autistic, bro. You think this is how people think?
That's a Yelp review, bro.
1 second.
No, this is autistic,
Jesus
bro.
Christ.
If you honestly
No,
think
you're
that
just
this is how
retarded, I
people
think.
think when they go into war because they're trying to preserve their family or the culture that they came from, you don't know anything about history then. Do you think
No,
people are sitting around
man.
twiddling their thumbs being like, oh, but what if we're not being logically consistent? Yeah, they might come in and like raid my family, but
Wait, hold on.
no,
Wait,
dude,
hold on.
this is so
You
stupid.
can't use the word. You can't use that word because he's streaming. You got you. But wait, hold on. So you think it doesn't matter to be logically consistent? You think that doesn't matter? We just throw it out the window?
Okay, hold on,
No,
guys.
I didn't say
Real
it doesn't
quick,
matter. I
can
was
we
saying that's
pause for
not how
just
He
these
only
things
wants logical
happen.
consistency when he thinks
pause?
he's being logically consistent, but not for any.
Pause. Host speaking real quick. Texan has his hand raised, so I'm going to let him speak, and then we will address the rest of this. Texan, what's up? Okay, he didn't have anything to say. So, I do want to really hammer this home because I think this is important to square this argument. Again, I'm not saying that you need to care about what another nation wants or desires. But if your position is not going to be internally consistent and you're not going to equally apply it to other nations, then when your nation is on the back foot, for example, or your nation for some reason is in a position of vulnerability, and then you look outside to yourself to try and see if others will help back your position, then you're going to be sorely saddened to see that most people are not going to care about that position,
But
right?
but Nikolai, no one has ever truly cared about your country unless you're under a meta,
He's
let's say a
not talking
greater
about
meta
you, bro.
framework.
He's not talking about
I'm
you.
not. No, I'm just arguing the argument. I don't care
Oh,
who
okay.
he's talking to. But look, like because you're coming
That's
from a
good.
framework in which there are countries around you that actually care about your logical consistencies, and this is where I
That's
agree
what
with
I'm
that other
saying.
guy who was speaking.
No, that's not
Most
true.
societies, we don't. Can I just make a point without you having a tantrum or something, bro? Like Jesus Christ. Look, like
Chill,
Nikolai,
chill.
this is the same
Yeah,
perspective that people
Joseph,
come.
unfortunately, I don't do taking the Lord's name in vain like that, so you're gonna have to be booted off. Sorry.
Based.
So yeah, like I can handle a little F word here and there. I can handle the F slur or whatever else. I mean, even though I'm on YouTube and it could get me like in trouble, but like, yeah, Lord's name in vain. Sorry.
Yeah, we gotta chill.
We gotta chill out on that. So that being said, I don't think he was understanding my argument. I think he was just arguing to argue at that point. I do think he brought up one or two good points, but yeah, just arguing to argue at that point because he was arguing with me when I was actually like pseudo
On this
supporting the
side, yeah,
position.
that's what I was trying to tell him to
But Elk, like I understand your position, Elk. I'm not saying that you don't have a valid like critique and or a valid like perspective here. What I'm trying to hammer home is that it's fine to really care about America first, but then that requires us to have a coherent definition of what that is, and what we want to see from that, right? What is it to be an American? So people say, "Oh, I want everyone to like be an American," but what does that even look like? What is an American? I'm 32. I grew up in America almost my whole life. I've lived in Korea for a while now, but I grew up in Minnesota, grew up in small town America, had a very good life, majority white small town, blah 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 blah, right? I could not tell you what is a consistent cultural milieu that every single American today as of 2026 holds to. Right? That's a problem because if you're going to define America and you're going to exclude certain people, groups, or ideologies that don't meet that definition, then you're going to have a big problem, right? So does that make sense? Did you understand what I'm trying to say there?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. I just like historically, I don't think that that's like where people derive their identities from. It's not from like definitions. It's not from like trying to define what our identity is. It's something that you know. So I agree. America is demoralized. America is deracinated. Someone used that word earlier. I completely agree. There is an identity crisis in America going on. And I think that's probably why there's this mass return to traditionalism. You see tons of people converting to Catholicism, Orthodoxy, because they have nothing to grab onto. There is no cultural identity because it's been like utterly destroyed. However, I don't think that that means that there was never one, or that that the American identity has been completely defeated by any means. I think partly what American identity is an aristocratic spirit from Europe, and I don't. It's a self-governing
Certainly.
frontiers. It's a frontiersman spirit that is rooted, whether you like it or not, somewhat in like Protestant ideals, ideals of self-governance and freedom and this and that, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't think that just because like that population is dwindling or whatever, that we kind of like fold our hands and say, well, let's just give it to the Muslims.
Well, that's not what I'm saying either. So what I'm saying is that, so I understand. So your position is we can look to the past and see what America was and has been, and we can try and reinvigorate that and bring it forward to try and recapture this sense of what it means to be an American, so that we can preserve the country. That's essentially what you're saying. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. But what I'm saying,
Yes, but again, that only happens through charismatic leaders. So someone has to embody that.
well, I agree, because
And
I'm a monarchist, so I believe in an aristocratic. You need an aristocratic class
Right.
Foundationally for any successful
Yep.
cultural revolution. But here's my thing. That's not what people buy into. People buy into a vision for the future. And so there needs to be a new American spirit, a new American ideology, identity, etc., that is created by charismatic leaders, as you said, that can forge an identity out of this mess that we have. Because I don't think and this is just me again, I'm being honest, I don't think there's political capital, and I don't think there's going to be a political reality where you're going to kick out most of these people. I think I think you can get a good chunk of them to return, but I don't think you're ever going to get back to 80-90% white America, or whatever the hell that means, right? So my position is we need a ideological center that is much more related to the reality that we're going to be experiencing and living with, and what our children are going to be experiencing and living with, which is a multicultural, multiracial society that doesn't have any roots that connect each other. So how do we rebuild those roots? How do we rebuild a sense of interconnectedness? And how do we take ideas that we can take ideas from the past, but we have to take them and forge them forward into the future. And that's the problem. The problem is that a lot of people just want to kind of recreate the past and recreate this sense of identity that we used to have, which isn't, like, you're not going to be able to recreate the past. You have to have a sense of the future. And that's my biggest critique for those who want to regain this. This is my main critique for like someone like Ben Luigi or Ben Michael or Nick Fuentes, for example, is that it seems to be this kind of like, well, I see the past, it looked better in the past, therefore I want to like try and recapture that. I don't think it's possible to recapture that. Just like I don't think it's possible to recreate the Russian Empire as it died in the early 1900s, right? I think what you need is a new vision for the future, which means I believe that you can take hints and visions and a sense of being from the past. So I believe that, yeah, you should look at Saint Tsar Nicholas II and allow that to reinvigorate the Russian people, to allow them to go and see what they once had and see a glorious vision for the future, under the understanding that it's going to be Orthodox, right? Because Orthodoxy is the connective tissue that can rebuild that culture. But I don't think that's possible in America unless we redefine and reimagine and reconstitute what it means to be an American. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't have any connection or meaningful connection to anything or any other American that I grew up with. No millennial does. I know that for certain. Most millennials will be like, maybe at most they identify with their regional culture, like, oh, I'm Southern, or oh, I'm Texan, right? But there's no American ethos, and that needs to be rebuilt by somebody. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that needs to be the first step. Before we go into any of these political solutions, what are we even advocating for? What can we get most people to buy into? The normies, right? What can I convince the normie Zoomer, the normie millennial, who are going to be the largest voting bloc in the next 20 years? How can I get them to jump on board, right? Because the boomers are dying off. I don't need to worry about them. They're dying off, right? So, anyways, I'm done with my soapbox. We're gonna go to the rest of the people. Texan, you are trying to speak, and then we'll go to Patrick right away.
Was there an American ethos in the 2000s?
It was the remnants of a dying culture, I would argue.
I don't think it was necessarily dying. I think it was being killed off.
Well,
for
that's what I'm saying.
multiculturalism.
Sure, but
Yeah,
that's
so
what.
why
But
should we let it be killed off? Why should we
well, it
let
is
that
already
happen?
dead. I would argue. Do you think the America of
It's not.
2026 has anything left from the 2000s? I don't know how old you are, but I
Yes.
certainly don't think so. There's nothing that I can see that's even remotely similar to what I grew up with in terms of cultural, in terms of culture and stuff like that. So that's what I would say, as an answer to that. But
All right. Well, I gotta go to bed. I got work in the
God
morning.
bless you. Thank
Good
you for
night.
hopping
God
in.
bless.
Sincerely, thank you. Patrick, go ahead, and then eggs right away.
So, like, when I say this, I'm not for the Bolsheviks, but during the Bolshevik Revolution, how they got people to get out of churches was through the cinema. Couldn't we do something with the cinema, like something like propaganda, something like this, to
Certainly.
get people to follow our ideology and our views? So when I'm hearing people talk about, like, how do we get people to be to be pro-natalist or whatever, to me it's just like, well, we need propaganda, we need people to go out there, and we need people to start espousing this.
Sure. So
But
you want to know how to do that? I agree with you, actually, is that you need the cultural arts need to be recaptured by conservatives. But how do you do that? You
Mhm.
need funding. Well, how do you get funding? Well, you need people that are successful and wealthy that are willing to fund the arts, right? The reason the
Well,
left is successful is that they successfully gotten the billionaire class to fund every single freaking crazy ass batshit idea that they've ever had, right? Which is why they have so much cultural relevance, even though the average normie population thinks they're batshit insane, right? That's what it
Yeah.
comes down to. You need, in order to recapture the cultural institutions like the cinema, you have to have that. So you have to have people that are wealthy, that are willing. This is why I have such a big criticism of the freaking conservative media apparatus, is that they spend all this time and money becoming political talking heads and repeating the same bullcrap, and none of them invest in the arts. None of them. The only ones that tried were the freaking Daily Wire, right? And by the way, I will say this: the Daily Wire's that show that came out, the fantasy one that they did with Jeremy Boring, I don't even remember what it's called now. Rise of Merlin or some bullshit like that. That was
Yeah.
actually remarkably pretty decent cinema, but you want to know what? It's because conservatives are retarded. They're like, let's put it on this really small niche platform that has no cultural relevance at all. It's like, why aren't you putting this on freaking Amazon? Why aren't you putting this on Netflix, where you're actually going to have normies watch it? Sorry, no one watches the freaking Daily Wire. No one watches it. Like, only your hardcore fans. So it's not going to make you any. It's not going to push the needle in any one direction. This is why when the Daily Wire said we're going to have our own platform where people subscribe, it's like, why are you doing that? Like, I get it if people want to subscribe for the talking shows and like some of those things, but why are you boxing in any potential cultural impact into that box, right? Now, I'm not a fan of the Daily Wire generally because of Ben Shapiro and the bagels, right? But my point is just to highlight that the conservatives, every time they do get some like actual balls to actually start producing good content and some movies and shit like that, they burn every bridge. Like, look at, like, they had like 6 movies planned with Gina Carano, and they burned her so badly because they were so incompetent that she's like back in the arms of Hollywood. You had a A-list actor who was willing to produce a bunch of really good action movies for you, and you kept them on a small platform, not trying to get it out to the public. It's ridiculous. That's my point. So I agree with you totally, 100%. Joseph, please go ahead and say what you want to say.
Yeah. So the point that you were making about like that it's not just about the politics, it's about an ideology and it's about a vision. That's kind of the point I was making about Kabbalism and Zionism. Originally, this was a religious idea, and then it became ethnic, and became nationalist and it became political after the Jewish Enlightenment. They call the Haskalah. So after the Enlightenment became less religious, they had to do something. They had to make people more religious. So they were like, well, let's absorb all this political, revolutionary idea, and then that became a kind of a hybrid thing. And that's one point, and that's actually something that's said in Orthodox Survival Guide by Seraphim Rose. Seraphim Rose talks about how Hitler basically hijacked the original Jewish Zionistic dream and made it about Germans. So this was basically he's like, well, the Jews are gonna do this thing. Well, then we don't want that to happen. We don't want those those communists, to win over there. So we're gonna do this German nationalist socialist thing, and it was basically a hijacked Jewish Kabbalism that he made it pagan. He made it a German
with some
Aryan pagan.
neo-Darwinian mixed in there as well. Yeah.
Yes, occult stuff. So, and that's another point that I want to make. But I wanted to like shrink this whole idea down to like make an analogous comparison on a smaller scale, and then kind of like so I grew up in Little Italy, right? And it was mostly Italians, mostly Italian Sicilians. And the next neighborhood over, Boston's kind of a small city, so like there's different ethnic regions of the city. So there's the black neighborhood, there's the Irish neighborhood next to the Italian neighborhood, and there's the Jewish neighborhood. My grandfather actually grew up in the Jewish neighborhood as an Italian, and because those two neighborhoods were so close by, some of the first synagogues were in. So like, but even for going further back, those neighborhoods were primarily obviously English, right? Because they're getting off the boat, they're all Puritans. They're establishing the country. There are some people that I knew in Boston that their families are traced back to the Mayflower. So there's an organization where someone can go and do their genealogy and trace their lineage back to that. You look at some of the street names in Boston, in the financial district, you can trace people's names to families of those oligarchs that are still existent today near the Fed there. So those neighborhoods aren't the same as it was 250 years ago. Those things have changed, but and there's no way that you can change back the gentrification of those neighborhoods, those old Irish neighborhoods, those old Italian neighborhoods. My old neighborhood is no longer Italian, even though they still call it Little Italy. The only thing that's Italian about it now is the restaurants. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna send everybody back home, right? Hey, like everybody go back to Milwaukee, go back to California, whatever. Like we're beyond that. What we need to do if we want to preserve the original flavor of those neighborhoods is preserve the dream originally of what those neighborhoods were about, the vision, the dream, the ideology behind that. The values and the ethos behind those things.
You need leaders, cultural leaders, and this goes back to what Patrick said. You need to have basically propaganda, and I think we talked about this earlier too. We need a propaganda that's pushing this kind of sense of identity back into these places, but also provide a vision. And this is where I think Nick Fuentes, and again, I don't know if anyone here is a fan of Nick Fuentes. I personally don't really find him that interesting, but I'm older than him, so I never
He's
really.
a cook.
But yeah, I'm not going to comment on that, but because I don't really care. But my problem with Fuentes and maybe like Ben Luigi, and I'm not getting, maybe Ben Luigi will explicate his ideas a little bit more clearly over time so that I can get a little bit more on board with it. But my biggest problem with a lot of this like dissident right people is that they want to kind of like always look to the past. And so it's like, no, I want a vision forward where, the average Black American, average white American, the average Hispanic American, and some of these other groups that have come in, and like I said, maybe some of them will leave, but you're never going to get all of them to leave. So how can I get all of these groups of people, all these young men, all these young women, Gen Z, millennials, and Gen A, who are going to be the future voting bloc in the next 20 years? How do I get all of these Gen A, Gen Z, and and millennials? How do I get all of them to kind of have a vision for America that isn't I was about to cuss there, a freaking socialist
Man,
hellhole.
say that cuss word, man.
You know, like a Bolshevik socialist hellhole. How do I avoid that? How do I avoid the transgender apocalypse? How do I avoid the insane Democrats from having their way with the culture and influencing our children to be Skittles, right? Like, that is what I'm asking. I'm like, give us something to chew on. Like, give me a vision, give me something. It's like, okay, tariffs, that's great economic policy, but how do I, like, what it means, like, we need people that are going to stand up and say what it means to be American is being able to own property. I'm going to oppose property taxes. Like, why do you think Mamdani or whatever his name is so successful with young people in New York, right? It's not because he's actually competent. It's because he's providing a vision. This is why the Bolsheviks are so effective in the cities. And this is why so many young people are buying into Hassan Piker, because they're like, revolution, vision for the future. We're gonna bring about a vision where you guys can be successful, where you guys don't have to worry about all this stuff that you're worried about. Where are the nationalists providing policies and providing a vision for the a new cultural norm in American society? I don't see it. I'm not saying I
There's
have
a
the answer.
vacuum.
I'm not saying I have the answer. I'm simply saying I don't see it, and I certainly can't make my daughter buy into it, which is why I'm raising my daughter in Korea, because you want to know what? Push comes to shove, even though my daughter is half Korean, she knows what it means to be a Korean. There is a cultural milieu that she can adopt, right?
That's smart.
There's a
Wait,
vacuum. There's the vacuum is what you're saying, right?
It's a complete vacuum in America. There's nothing here. It's amorphous. It's like, even if I raised her in Florida, she's gonna end up being is a mixed kid that looks mostly white, frankly. She has green eyes, reddish brown hair, right? And she's going to get bullied for being white because America, like, the one thing that unites a huge swath of America is this, like, opposition to, like, anti-whiteness. Like, that seems to be the only culturally, like, relevant thing in America right now. And transgenderism, right? Like, that's what's being sold internationally of our culture and everything. And I don't even agree with it. I'm not even saying that is what it means to be American, but that's what the cultural milieu is. And this, like, rebellious, like, individualistic culture where everybody is, like, in a cube, and they're all, it's like, I'm an individual, you can't tell me what to do, blah blah. And it's like, but at the same time, they're all being told what to do via their programming of liberal values. So it's just a nightmare, and that's exactly the problem that I have, and this is why I'm raising my daughter here, right?
can I cook
So
for like 30 seconds?
go ahead and cook, Arrow, and then anyone else who wants to chime in, just go right away after.
Yeah, so look, 30 seconds. So, like Joseph said, right, we're basically stuck in the past. And the way we're looking at it is, well, times used to be like this, and this neighborhood used to have this culture. Now we don't have it no more. When this has always been the case. I mean, everywhere has had migration, everywhere's changed. And I'm not saying that white people deserve to die out, because I personally believe black people are dying out, especially because of abortion, right? But whatever happened to putting the church first? And the guy I'm addressing this to left, so I can't address it to him. Hopefully he's watching the stream. Whatever happened to putting the church first? We're putting politics first. We should go back to the way America was in 1776. By the way, I go to an Orthodox church. Doesn't the Orthodox church teach that converts are to go first? Like, we put that first. So if there's a bunch of Muslims here, right? And I'm not saying Muslims that are committing terror acts and blowing people up and killing people. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, if they're culturally Muslims that are here and they don't know the difference between their left and their right, why are we not converting them? Instead, we're worried about, oh, they don't look like white people, and I miss having a white country. It shouldn't be that. It should be converting first.
Well, converting
That's would be
first,
the
I
first
agree
thing.
with you. I think that foundationally, the way that we start having a vision is we need to start having a common unity in our day-to-day lives, in our communities, and that starts with the parish life. That starts with the church. And that's how you're
Right.
going to start building these things. And again, this is why I hammered home earlier in the stream nepotism. If you know somebody I'll just give you an example. If you know somebody who could use a website, go to an Orthodox business owner or a Christian or a conservative who actually is going to do these things. If you know someone who needs a roof and you know somebody who is a Christian who owns a roofing company, that's who you should be going
Go to
to.
them first.
Yeah,
Give them a chance.
you
Yep.
need to start. We need to start practicing nepotism, and we need to start supporting each other. That means if somebody has a freaking video game and they're a Christian or they're Orthodox or they're conservative, you damn well better be sure that we're supporting them, and we better be there. It's like, even if it's not something that you necessarily like, you should be promoting it and saying, hey, this isn't my cup of tea, but some of you guys might like this game, right? Or some
How
of
do
you
you
might
think
like
Jews
this.
got so rich? How do you think Jews got so rich? That's exactly what they do.
Nepotism, exactly. Jews got
But yet the
rich because of
Christians aren't
nepotism.
doing it.
We
That's what I
used
don't
to, and
understand.
that's what's tragic. We used to practice nepotism.
But then we'll complain and be like, oh, but all the races are coming over here and they're taking over our country and it's like, okay,
It wouldn't matter. By the way, they could take over your country, and as long as you had enclaves around your parish, you would survive and persist. That's what happens with all groups of people.
No,
but the thing is, I'm not even so I understand that like white people don't want to be wiped out, and I understand that. And there's nothing
And
wrong
by the
with
way,
that.
they probably won't. But I just want to point this out. They
No, they're
probably are
not.
not.
No.
Eventually, we will reach an equilibrium point, and or a lot of these people will end up going back to their home countries and things like that. Or white people will
Yeah, I
pull their
don't believe white people won't
white
exist in
people will
2050.
pull their
Yeah.
white people will pull their heads out of their ass and start having babies. One or the other. Something will happen eventually. So,
But that's the issue. So that's the thing that we never talk about. That's the thing we never talk about. It's really the liberal white people and a lot of, and I'm not going to say the guys that were in here are incels because I don't know them. I'm not going to say them. But literally, it's incel culture plus liberal culture where they don't want to have kids or they're not getting with women and having kids or having a family. That's the biggest issue. It's not that there's a billion Muslims in America and they just drowning white people out. They just drowning black people
no,
out.
it's just they're having babies and they're hyper nepotistic, so they create these cultural enclaves.
Exactly. And that's the thing that's making me mad because that's really what nobody is talking about. Nobody's talking about the fact that no, it's just one, a lot of you guys are scared to talk to women. That's the truth. Two, a lot of it is these liberal white people, they're on plan B's or they're using condoms or anything like that, they're not having kids. And then waking up and we're crying, we're getting wiped out. Oh, you're buying into retards like clavicular and other stupid
Yeah,
people.
like the
And be watching
clavicular
them.
thing is just absolutely insane to me. Like the fact that he's popular at all is really, really, really worrying for me
Thank
because
you.
it's young
Thank you.
people. It's young people that are involved in that, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Like this is not the kind of
They're
guy that we want
anybody,
representing young people. Anyways,
and he openly oh sorry.
no. Anyways, anyone else want to chime in, real quick?
So I kind of struggle with the immigration issue because my family got here to this country. You know, we came to Ellis Island, and then from New York to Boston. But I kind of struggle with it because we were not seen white. We were not, like even though we were European, we had like whitish skin. Southern Italians are more or less white, but we were not seen as white because of Mussolini and because of communists, because of even before because of the revolution in Italy, Garibaldi. So we were not seen well, you know, and then Mussolini they had to kind of sneak in to get away from there, and then come here, and then but then also created more problems with taking over the unions, using means to bend the law, and that created the Italian mafia. So that I'm kind of immigration for that reason. I know that you have to job, but at the same time, like if you don't do the means, then you have chaos and you have more problems on your hands. Shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of struggle
Well,
with
guys,
that.
yeah, I mean, I totally understand. Well, guys, I'm gonna wrap up the stream here now. I appreciate everyone who super chatted and donated and engaged with the audience. We got, you know, good amount of people that tuned in and everything else, and I really appreciate that. But yeah, you guys were great, and we had a really good conversation. And this is an issue. I don't go into politics often on my channel. I'm mostly, you know, theology and reacting to various things that are going on in the theological space. But occasionally, these issues crop up, and they do affect Orthodox people and how we engage with the culture around us. And I think that, again, nepotism is so important. So, speaking of nepotism, um, the big thing that I would like us to remind you all is that I do have my own business. So if you guys know anybody who needs web dev support, they can go to www.monarchcybersolutions.net, and they can reach out to us there. We do free consultations, the whole works, and then we work out that kind of stuff. So, you know, and also, again, yeah, pricing is not like set in stone. So they can reach out and we'll negotiate. If you guys know any parishes that need websites, that's an easy way to help build community, and it would help us, but it would also help the parishes. So keep that in mind, guys. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'm going to close it out now. So God bless. All right, guys. God bless you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and that's all I got to say for today. Probably do another stream later. It just depends on what's going on. But